on the YouTubes and the Facebooks. Welcome, everybody. If you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, go to thelandsummit.com to register for this. And you can participate because this is going to be one of the most interactive calls I've ever done, where I'm going to be teaching and asking or answering a ton of questions. I want it to be very participatory. This is the biggest webinar I've ever done. We've got a bazillion, gajillion. You'd like to know, wouldn't you? But I'm not going to tell you. We're almost at 500 people. We're going to have over 500. This is awesome. Woo! Good thing I upgraded my Zoom account. Okay, I'm going to hit the record button here. So glad you guys are here. I'm Joe McCall. This is the Land Summit. I wanted to trying to come up with a complicated name, but I'm just keeping it simple. And I'm going to be teaching you how to do vacant land deals from beginning to end. I got a mind map I'm going to share with you. I'm going to show you how all of the things work from A to Z. I'm going to show you how we pick our counties, how we pull the lists, how we send the letters. I'm going to show you the letters that we send. And I'm going to show you where we pull our list from. I'm going to show you how we make offers and the contracts we use when they accept our offers. And I'm going to show you then how to do due diligence on the land to see if you actually even want to buy it. And then I'm going to show you how to sell them all on this class. And so it's going to be about 4 hours long. What did I sign up for? But we're going to be taking a break, 1 or 2 breaks as we go through. And we're going to answer a lot of questions. So I'm glad the chat is here because we've got tons of people in here. And oh, yes, we just crossed 500. I'm so glad I upgraded our Zoom account. Type in the chat and say, that's right. Sam just reminded me it's not a webinar. It's a summit. So it's different than a webinar. This is going to be very interactive. I want you guys to type in the chat and say, yes, you are ready to participate. You're ready to dive in. You're excited. Turn off the distractions. Turn off Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. And I know you guys can't see the chat. We blocked the chat from you guys seeing each other because then it would just go crazy. Right now, it's just flying and you guys wouldn't be paying attention to me. But we see your chat here. I have team members on this webinar summit with me. When you ask questions, we're going to be keeping everything in a separate Google Doc. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of comments right now. So when you ask a good question as I'm going along, my team will be taking those questions, putting them into a Google Doc, sending me the link, and then I will be answering probably all of your questions. I'm not going to promise, but I'm going to be answering as many as I can. Good. You guys are ready. Awesome. Awesome blossom. All right. I'm going to share my screen here. And I'm going to share this mind map with you. I don't know when yet, but I'm not right away because I want you guys to participate and listen and not be looking at something else while I'm talking. You just looking right here on the screen and we will be good. All right. So type in, yes, I can see your mind map. I will give you this mind map later. Type in, yes, I can see it. Oh, you guys are awesome. There is just, I can't hear you guys and see you guys, but there is such a different energy. And I'm not into woo-woo stuff, right? But there is an amazing electric excitement and energy. I can just see it in the chat because it's flying. And there's so many people on here. This is going to be amazing. And I'm excited about this. And again, if you're watching this on Facebook or YouTube or watching this later, you need to go to thelandsummit.com to get on with Zoom with us right now. To get on Zoom with us right now, go to thelandsummit.com. And then you can participate. Then you can get the mind map. I'm going to be sharing links with you guys in the Zoom chat. And if you're not watching this live in Zoom, you won't be seeing all of that. So make sure you go to thelandsummit.com. Give us your name and email address. We'll put you into this Zoom right away. My agenda is going to show you how we make 10K in 10 hours. That sounds kind of spammy maybe, but it's legit. I'm going to show you how to make 10 grand a month working just 10 hours a week. Now, getting started, you might work 20 hours, 30, 40 hours a week, but I don't know, would you work 40 hours a week to make 10 grand a month? I'm not promising or guaranteeing anything, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But once you get your system set up and you're consistently marketing and you're consistently making offers, there is no reason, if you do what I say, in fact, I'm going to give you a guarantee at the end of this, that if you do what I say and you don't do a deal, I'm going to give you your money back. It's just great. And you know what else? If you do what I tell you to do and you make at least a certain number of offers within a certain amount of time, if you don't get a deal under contract, I will reimburse you the cost of the program, and I'll reimburse you up to $1,000 in marketing and system costs, but you have to give me your leads. Why would I do that? Because I want to do more deals, right? And you're going to give me your leads. I got my boys right now working on the land stuff with me. They need more leads. We're doing our own direct mail. I want to do more leads. And so I'm going to give your leads to my sons, and they're going to be doing deals with your leads. If it doesn't, that's how much I believe in this. We'll be talking about that in a second here. Why land? We're going to go through the steps of everything that's involved. I'm going to answer your common questions and objections, and I'm going to answer the questions live here in the Zoom. I'm going to show you how you can do your own land deals as well. I'm going to make you an offer if it's okay with you. If you don't want to be pitched another program, I get it. You can jump off, but at the end, I'm going to give you an offer to work closely with me, or I'm going to hold your hand. I'm going to give you a business in a box. We're going to set up everything for you. We're going to do practically almost everything for you. And I'm going to make an offer to you to work closely with you over the next period of time. And if you're interested, cool. If not, no big deal. I hope that's okay with you. But I'm going to show you how you can set up a business to do this stuff. Okay, my son is texting me right here, right now. Okay, now let me give you a word of caution. This is something I always do in my webinars because it's something that's important to talk about. Like a lot of you guys, we've been a victim of gurus who take all of our money, promise that everything is going to be super easy, and we're going to make millions and millions of dollars doing nothing, pushing buttons in our underwear in our basement, parents' basement, and money's going to fall from the sky. But you're smarter than that. So I'm not going to give you guys any silly manipulation tricks here. Good question, Charles. Keep the questions coming. You've got to be willing to work hard, practice, and master these skills. And I'm going to show you some big numbers, deals that I'm doing, my students are doing, and they're real numbers, okay? But our results are by no means typical. And I don't have any influence over your actions or what you're going to do with what you learn. Your results are entirely up to you. And honestly, guys, most people don't make any money in this business. Most people fail. Most people who buy a biz op, make money from home, real estate opportunity, don't do anything with it and don't make any money with it. That's the honest truth. So I'm not promising that you're going to make any money with my course. I'm not promising that you're going to get rich. Most people don't. Most people who buy my program don't do anything with it. They don't make any money with it. You and I both know that making money is never easy. So in my experience, one of the things that I have learned and I have found to be the easiest and fastest way to make money in real estate is by doing land deals. I'm going to be sharing that with you here. Okay, cool. So I'm not going to give you some kind of pipe dream, pie in the sky promises. You've got to work and you've got to put in the effort. And if you're looking for that push button, get rich, easy, quick mentality, then this is not for you. You should probably just get off right now and go watch somebody else's webinar. Cool. All right. Let's talk about why land, because a lot of you guys, you're familiar with, maybe you're doing wholesaling houses, you're doing subject twos, you're doing lease options, owner financing. Maybe you're doing Amazon drop ship, you're doing e-commerce, you're doing affiliate marketing, internet marketing, you're building click funnels and stuff like that. Funnels and tunnels, as my friend Tom says. And you're trying a bunch of network marketing and you've never heard of land. And you're like, oh man, do I have to buy this land that's real expensive and then develop it or take it to the county to get zoned? Is this going to be really hard and confusing? No. This is basically, guys, super simple. This is easier than all of that other stuff I recommended. I just talked about. We're basically buying dirt out in the middle of nowhere for $1,000, selling it for $7,000 or $8,000 on Facebook. That's it. And this is a business I've done with my sons. With my sons and I made over 150 grand in revenue in profits, actually, from flipping vacant land over the last few years. I wanted a business that I could do with my sons. And so it's like kind of wholesaling or flipping a house without doing any of the work. And they're a lot easier to do. Does that make sense? Okay. So why land? I wanted a business that I could do with my kids. And I'm going to share with you some pictures here. Just kind of, I want to do this as an overview to share with you what's possible and what it is that we're talking about. Okay. We're flipping rural vacant land in the middle of nowhere for profit. That's it. And we're not doing anything to the land. We're not going to look at it. We're not developing it. We're not doing entitlements. We're just getting vacant land that nobody wants out in the middle of nowhere, and we're selling it to people who want it. Like this property that I did with my sons in Wilkes County, North Carolina. It's 11 and a half acres. Why is that beeping going on there? Okay. We're good, Sam and Dana. All right. So Wilkes County, this was a, you guys see my screen here? Okay. Made a $20,206 profit on this thing. 11 and a half acres in the middle of nowhere, Wilkes County, North Carolina. How did we find the seller? I'm going to talk about that. We sent a letter to the owner of this property who'd owned it for a long time. They didn't want it anymore. We made a ridiculous lowball offer. We didn't talk to them until after they got our offer. And then we sold it. We listed it, marketed it, and sold it. This is another property in Wilkes County I did with my son, 5 acres. We made $11,224 profit. This is a deal we did in Kern County, California. Just 1 acre in the middle of nowhere, but it's pretty. It's on a hill, good views, in Kern County, California. And Klamath County, Oregon, $7,500, 2 acre, rather. And that's what we're doing. We're buying cheap rural recreational land. We're not going to see it. We're not doing anything to it. And these are, I'm going to argue, easier and faster to do than house deals. All right. And my sons have helped me. We've profited over 150 grand in the last few years doing this very, very part-time. Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, my students and friends are crushing it doing land. I've been doing land for a long, long time, and I didn't realize how many of my students were actually doing it. So I interviewed a student of mine who was doing houses. And Phil, I hadn't talked to him in about a year. And he called me, or I called him or something like that. And he's like, "Hey, Joe, I did what you said, and I'm starting to do land." And within a year, he was at over $12,000 a month in passive income in less than a year. What? Okay, so that's what got me thinking I need to start teaching more and more people this stuff. So less than a year ago, about 10 months ago, I created a program and I started teaching people how to do vacant land deals like I was doing them and like Phil was doing them. And so when you're selling the land, you can sell it for cash to get piles of cash, or you can sell it on owner financing and get streams of cash. Piles of cash and streams of cash. And this is one of the most amazing things about vacant land is you can get up to $10,000 a month in passive income just by selling your land on owner financing and get great money so way faster than houses without taking on any debt, without borrowing money. If you do borrow money, you pay it off in a year or less. So Phil, I was so excited about this. I said, "Okay, can I use some of your deals as example deals?" He said, "Yeah." So this was a property out in the middle of nowhere, Polk County, Florida. Vacant land, nothing there. Bought it for $2,500. He sold it for $25,000 on owner financing. Okay. $1,000 down payment, and he's getting $654 a month for 4 years in cash flow. Here's another deal he did in Klamath County, Oregon. By the way, I've done deals in, I think, 6 or 7 different states. I need to figure that out. But, every month we're picking a new county and a new area and just sending out some simple letters. This is a property in Klamath County, Oregon, nothing there, right? This is a property he bought for 25 grand, sold for 50. So his profit's about 25 grand on that, right? But look, you got a $15,000 down payment, and he's getting $1,174 a month in cash flow for 3 years from that deal. But where did Phil get the money to buy these deals? Well, some of it was his own money. Some of it was profit that he put back into his business. Some of it was private capital, but don't worry about where the money comes from. I'm going to cover that for you. We have the money for your deals. You don't have to use your own money. You can use mine. You can use some other companies that we work with, or you don't even have to close on the deals. You can wholesale them. I started doing a lot of interviews on my podcast of people that were doing a ton of deals. And I have a podcast. If you don't know, if you go to my YouTube channel, just do a search for Joe McCall. And over the last 6 or so months, I've been interviewing people who are doing vacant land, because I can tell you all the deals that I'm doing. And you're like, yeah, okay. That's because you're awesome and special. Well, I said, no, I'm going to start interviewing other people that are doing this. I don't have an agenda, don't have anything to sell. But here's Ray. He's going to net actually about $900,000 in 2022, flipping vacant land. This is Travis. He's done millions of dollars lending money on deals and doing deals. Willie from Chicago is doing over $50 million a year flipping vacant land. Pete, I just interviewed him recently. He's doing over $500,000 a month flipping land. This is Victor. He's doing over $24,000 a month wholesaling vacant land. Jamie is making 10 to 20 grand a month land investing. This is Phil, who I talked about. He's selling his owner financing on land on owner financing. He's got notes over 12 grand. When I interviewed him, this was over a year ago. PJ, 15 grand a month. I did this 10 months ago. This is Alicia, and she's doing over, I don't remember the exact numbers, but she's doing deals from Australia in the United States. Clint, he's a great guy. He's doing over 50 grand a month in notes. This was Anthony. He's did over $3 million in the last 2 years flipping vacant land. And this is my good friend, Brent Bowers, who's getting over 30 grand a month in passive income from notes. So I started interviewing people, and I'm like, this is amazing. We need to get people this. Now, some guys, because again, I'm telling you this because I want you to hear it from other people. And when you get my mind map, there's a link in here to a Google Doc that I'm going to give you a one-page summary of the best podcasts and YouTubes that you should watch and listen to from my show. And I'm going to give you this Google Doc in the mind map. And where are you going to get the mind map? I thought about this. I want to give you some incentive to stick around. So if you stick around at the end of this webinar, I'm going to give you this mind map, and you're going to want this mind map because I'm going to give you like just that Google Doc there listing my best interviews with other people doing land. I'm going to give you the letter that I use, the contract that I use, and a calculator that I use. A lot of stuff. Why? Why am I doing that? Because I'm the best coach ever. Okay. Sorry. I did not buy that mug for myself. A student did. Okay. Why land? Well, there's a lot less competition. People don't know about land yet, right? When I do direct mail, I send simple letters. My response rates are 3 to 5 times higher than houses. Normally, when I'm sending a letter, I get 0.5%. When I'm sending mail to houses with land, I'm getting 2 to 4%. And you can do this in the United States from anywhere in the world. And there is tons of land out there. I'm going to be talking about this more later. But when you look at how many investors are going after houses as compared to how many are going after land, there is no comparison. Land is a bazillion times easier. All right. So you guys are asking questions here about chat. Oh, hey, Heath, what's going on? My brother from another mother, Heath, is here. From Omaha, from Nebraska, near Omaha. Good to see you, Heath. Okay. There's lots and lots of land. I'm too busy. I don't like talking to sellers. That's probably one of my biggest reasons why I love vacant land. I just don't like talking to sellers. So what are you talking about, Joe? I don't want to have to answer the phones live. Normally when you do direct mail for houses, you got to answer the phones live, or if they leave a voicemail, you need to call them back right away. Okay. Yes. Thank you. And I don't like negotiating huge discounts with sellers over the phone, right? When I'm calling sellers or they're calling me and it's a house and they've lived there for 20 years and it needs a ton of work and there's some emotional attachment to it. And they're like, I'm not going to sell it at 60, 70 cents on the dollar. Are you crazy? It's worth way more than that. Zillow says it's worth this and you're offering half of that. So when you're trying to talk to a seller and negotiating huge discounts, yeah, there's this negotiating skills that you have to learn. You have to build rapport with them, and you have to it's easier to go meet them in person, and people that can do that can make a lot of money in real estate. But I don't like talking to sellers. So I wanted something where I could build some automation and systems in the business that would allow me to do deals without talking to sellers. So in my letters, we send every seller to a voicemail. We call it a 24-hour voicemail. So when I send a letter, and I'll show it to you later, dear Mr. Seller, if you want to sell your house or vacant lot, please text or call our 24-hour recorded voicemail. And I'm going to show you the system, how it's all set up real easily here. And they leave a voicemail. The system sends them a text back. They ask them for the letter reference ID, and we say, thanks. We will send you an offer within a couple of days. That's it. And we send them an offer at 25 cents on the dollar. So we sit down about 2 or 3 times a week and we listen to all the voicemails and we send them an offer. With houses, you're trying to get them off. You're trying to get deals at 60, 70 cents on the dollar. We're getting our deals at about 25 cents on the dollar. And you're saying, who on earth would accept an offer that low? We're getting 1 out of every 25 to 30 offers accepted at 25 cents on the dollar. Let me repeat that. Our average numbers right now, most of my students are getting 1 out of every 25 on average, at 1 out of 25 offers accepted. That's crazy. Without talking to sellers, at 25 cents on the dollar, at a 75% discount, yes. And so we don't talk to the sellers until they get our offer. Now, maybe it's 30 offers that you get accepted. Maybe it's 35. But if you know you want to do 2 deals a month and it's 35 offers to get 1 accepted, well, you make 70 offers a month. It's not that big of a deal. And when you're not talking to sellers, it's a lot easier to make 75 offers a month. And guess what? It's something that your kids can do. It's something that you could have your 14-year-old boy, son or daughter, rather, do for you. Yes, they're all rural. All these vacant lots in the sticks. And you're probably wondering, Collie and Key and all of you, who on earth would buy that stuff? I'll answer that in a minute. So why did I choose land? Well, I wanted a business that would give me, like I said before, piles of cash and streams of cash. Piles of cash, that's when you wholesale deals, right? Streams of cash are the cash flow that comes from selling your deals with owner financing. But you get real cash flow without tenants, repairs, maintenance, taking on a ton of debt, liability, obligations, worrying about Dodd-Frank. We don't have to worry about Dodd-Frank. We don't have to worry about making any mortgage payments to a bank. Now, what is Dodd-Frank? That's a rule the federal government put in place if you're selling owner financing for houses. We don't have to worry about that because we're selling vacant land and nobody's living on it full time. And we're doing this without taking on any debt, which is amazing. So I'm going to show you some numbers in a little bit where you can actually get 100% of your cash back within the first year. It's called the cash on cash return. When you're buying houses with mortgages and all of that with crazy interest rates right now, you're doing really good if you can get 10 or 12% cash on cash return on your money in the first year. With vacant land, you can get 100%, maybe 70%, which is still way better. Sometimes 120%. All right. So I like the piles of cash. I like streams of cash going into Hip Pocket National Bank and not going to repairs and maintenance and tenants and vacancies and things like that. I love this business because it doesn't take a lot of money to start. You don't need earnest money deposits or proof of funds. Like when you normally buy a house, you have to put $1,000, $5,000 earnest money deposit. You have to show proof of funds that you actually have the money. We don't do that. In fact, we don't even do, what was I going to say? Oh yeah. Sorry. I got to shut the chat down because that keeps on distracting me. All right. I turned the chat. I have a team that's watching the chat, so keep it going. They are taking your questions and they're putting your questions in a Google Doc. And if I don't focus, you guys are going to get annoyed when I get interrupted and distracted with the chat. I'm glad you guys are chatting. I have 2 or 3 people that work for me that are in the chat right now that are going through your questions, answering them, and then putting the ones that they can't answer into a Google Doc, and I'm going to answer all of those. Okay, cool. Focus, Joe, focus. So you don't have to close in 30 days. With land, we have 90 days to close, which is cool. So we don't have inspection periods. We just call it due diligence. We have 90 days to close and we can back out for any reason. So you just need to flip land, a guide, some software, a list of sellers. You need to send some letters, send the letter to a voicemail, listen to them once a week, send them offers at 25 cents on the dollar. At 35 cents? No. At 60 cents on the dollar? No. Won't they be mad? Yeah, but I don't care. I'm not talking to them. I only talk to the ones who like my offers and want to get more information. And then I turn around, and once I get it accepted, I do some research. If it's something I want to buy, I then turn around and start advertising it on sites like Facebook and Craigslist. Now, there's other sites that we use too, but that's doesn't take a lot of money to do that. How much does it cost to put a property on Craigslist? Nothing. Facebook, nothing. So I wanted a business that had low overhead. I wanted something simple that I could do very part-time, could be run from home or from anywhere in the world. You don't have to take on any debt. You don't have to go borrow money. We're buying these things for a couple $1,000s. And most importantly, I wanted a business that would allow me to spend more time with my family. Now, here's the obligatory, mercifully brief, I'll be fast, sharing the pictures of my kids and my family. My wife is amazing. I mean, amazing. She's awesome. I love her. We're celebrating our 25th wedding anniversary in 6 days. Woohoo! We've been married 25 years. We're actually flying to St. Lucia at the end of the month. Just me and her. Our kids are awesome. We've had the privilege of adopting all 4 kids. And these are the 2 boys that helped me with the land. This one's going to college now full-time to be a chiropractor. This one is helping me. He's been taking time off because he does, that's a long story, but he was gone for 8 months. No, five months in Montana doing a Christian missionary thing. And then he went to Nepal for a couple months. But he's back now and he's really good with a lot of things like video and audio editing. So he's going to be helping me with my podcast. Now he's also doing some land deals with us again. So he's focusing more on land and he wants to do land full time. And then our daughters are, they're just amazing. She's 14 and she's 11 now. Okay. Sorry. Mercifully brief. I promise. And I got other pictures here where we went to Prague. We took an RV trip. We were in Prague for 3 months a few years ago, living there, doing deals while in Prague. And I've got a bunch of pictures, but you don't care about all that. Let me show you an example deal. Now, some of you guys are into spreadsheets and some of you aren't. So please don't let your eyes glaze over when you're looking at this, okay? I will give you a copy of the spreadsheet. It's going to be in the mind map. I just want to show you an example deal and how the numbers kind of work. So if your eyes are glazing over, just bear with me. I'm going to break this down and explain it in simple, easy terms, okay? Let's say a property is 5 acres. This is a typical deal. Again, you will have access to the spreadsheet in the mind map that I'm going to give to you later. Where did I go? Okay. And let's say that 5 acres, it's worth about 25 grand. Okay. We're going to make an offer at 25% of that. Are you crazy, Joe? No. You can offer more if you want. Go ahead, right? If you think that's ridiculous, go ahead and offer 50%. I promise you, you'll get more deals under contract, but you're not going to be able to sell them. So we offer 25%. And by the way, what's been happening in the last 6-12 months, housing market, real estate slowing down, we're getting more of our offers accepted. So we're also offering less now than we were before. Sometimes we offer 20% or 15%. Guys, somebody who would accept your offer at $6,200 will probably accept your offer at $3,700, believe it or not. But let's just, for simplicity here, let's do 25%. Now, when we sell that deal with owner financing, we're going to mark it up a little bit. So we'll mark it up to 105%, or we'll sell it for maybe $26,250 with owner financing. When we sell it with cash, I like to sell it for about 75% of what it's worth today. because I want mine to sell fast, maybe 80%. So if it's worth 25 today, I want to list mine for 20. I want to sell mine fast. Okay. So let's say we have closing costs about $1,500 on these deals. So our total cost to purchase this 5-acre property, if the seller accepts our offer, will be $7,700. Now, Joe, where am I going to get that? I don't have $7,700. I can't buy that thing. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You can sell me your deal and I'll buy it, or I can refer you to funding companies that will lend you that money short term until you sell it, and we'll share the profits with you. So there's some different things that you can borrow private money. We have students that are lending other students money on these deals. And guys, do you think it would be, if you wanted to use private money, how hard do you think it would be to find somebody that would lend you money at 25 to 30 cents on the dollar? 30% loan to value. Easy. I'm going to show you how you can use in the spreadsheet. You can figure out how, when you do borrow private money, it's easy to find. And even if you paid that private investor 10 or 12%, it's not that much money. It doesn't cut into your profits very much. All right. So if I were to wholesale this deal, wholesale means just buy it and then sell it to somebody else for cash, I would make $12,250. Now, let's say I sold it at 70%. So it's worth 25. I want to sell it quick. I'm just going to sell it at 70% for 17,500. I'm only going to make $9,750. This is about what you would make on an average house deal. Okay. But I'm going to show you why this is better. So I'm buying this thing for $6,200. Let me show you, if you were to sell this thing with owner financing, this is how you get the 10K in 10 hours a week in a year or less, maybe 2 years, getting 10 grand a month, doing just 1 or 2 deals a month. So let's say I sell this with owner financing. I'm going to charge about let's do 9.9% interest. All right. I'm going to get a 10% down payment. I'm going to get about 26-25 down payment from my end buyer, which means I'm only going to be out of pocket about $5,125, which means I'm going to be getting $500 a month cash flow. Guys, listen to me. Pay attention. You guys focused? Where else can you get $500 a month in cash flow with only $5,000 invested into the deal? You can't. You cannot do that anywhere else. You can't do it in the stock market. Can't do it in crypto. Well, if you're very lucky, maybe you can in crypto. Can you do this with houses? No. This is a beautiful thing about this. All right. So if you look here, your total profit, if you sell it with owner financing, will be $26,000 after interest and everything. $26,000. If you sell it for cash, you'll make 11 grand. If you sell it with owner financing, you're going to make 26 grand. Cool. But look at this. This is the really important number I want you to see right here. On this deal, if you sell it with owner financing, your first year CCR, cash on cash return, is 111%. Again, with houses, you're doing good. My house investors that are watching this, let me know. Am I right? You know, if you're doing a house and you're getting 10 to 12% cash on cash return on your money that you put into the deal, your purchase price, your rehab, your closing costs, whatever your down payment is, whatever your cash into the deal, you're doing good after all of your net. When you hold it as a rental property, if you get back 10 to 12%, you're doing right. You're doing good. Let me look at my chat to see if I am correct. All right, good. So then your total ROI on this deal. Good. Richard says that's true. Thank you. One of you believes me. Isaac believes me. Okay, cool. We don't foreclose on buyers. Total ROI on this deal is 422%. Look at this, guys. How long does it take? If you used your own money, how long would it take to get back? 0.72 years. That's really fast. Now, let's say doing one of these deals, let's say you did one of these deals a month. How long would it take you to get to 10 grand a month in passive income? So you sold one of these. What if you wholesaled one deal a month and then in your next deal you sold with owner financing because you wanted to start getting to 10 grand a month in passive cash flow? So if your annual income goal is 120 grand or 10 grand a month, that means with those numbers, you need to do 20 deals. If you just did one deal a month, it would take you 20 months or less than 2 years. It would take you 1.7 years doing one of those deals a month. Is that amazing or what? Yes, it's amazing. Guys, some of you keep on asking, I don't see comments. It's because we shut the comments off. Only me and my team who's helping me on Zoom here can see your comments. We want you focused on this webinar, not on looking at everybody's chat. which I have to turn the chat off too, because as case in point, as an example, it's really distracting. Now, is that cool or what? I think so. Now, there's some other things in the spreadsheet. If you look at sample profit calculations for wholesale deals after direct mail costs, take a look at this. How much direct mail is needed if you want to do 120 grand a year? And I walk through all this. If you want to do I'm not guaranteeing these numbers or anything like that, but look at the spreadsheet and play around with it. I might have made a mistake. Let's just say I probably did make a mistake and I'm way off here and these numbers are all wrong. Okay. So you can't come back at me if this is wrong, because maybe it is, it probably is. Okay. But if you want to do 120 grand gross a year, if your average wholesale profit is 11, you need to do 11 deals a year, 0.9 deals a month. If you have to make 30 offers per deal, it means you need to make 27 offers a month. If you want, let's do this. Let's just sell it at, hold on here. Boom. Let's sell these things let's buy it at 30. Okay, there we go. I wanted your average wholesale profit to be under 10 grand. Okay, so you would have to do 31 offers a month. If you make offers on 85% of your leads, you need 36 leads per month. If your average response rate is 2%, okay, you would need to send 420 letters a week for wholesaling. Okay, cool. I might have lost 3/4 of you from the spreadsheets, but you can play around with this. I'm going to give you a free copy of the spreadsheet in the mind map when I give it to you later. So if you just go right here in the mind map, when you get it, you go to the why land section, you open this up and you open that link will be right there. And when you get this spreadsheet, when you want to play with it, just go to file, make a copy, or download it as a spreadsheet, and you can mess around with it and do whatever you want with it. Cool. Okay. So I like land. Are we good? You guys with me? I'm going to answer some common questions here, but I want to see in the chat. I am going to open up the chat and look at it. Who wants me to go on? Boom, boom, boom. And Lucy, the answer to your question is yes. You guys with me still? Awesome. I told you I want this to be interactive. And my team is killing me because now this chat is just getting massively out of control because there's so much good stuff here. You guys are here with me. We are at almost 650 people on this webinar. I've never done a webinar bigger than like 300 people. I appreciate you all. When we sell the land, do you ever subdivide it? No, I don't do anything to it. Okay, let's look at some common questions because I know a lot of you guys have some questions about what is this? Again, why would I'm turning the chat off. I love you guys, but you're distracting me in a good way, but I have to focus. Why would someone ever want to sell their land for cheap? And keep your questions coming in because, again, in case you missed it, my team is right now monitoring the chat. They're answering questions, and they're going to be taking any of the good questions. And there is no dumb question, but they're going to be taking only the good ones and putting them into a Google Doc. And I'm going to be answering those here before our break. Why would someone ever want to sell their land for so cheap? Real simple. They just don't want it. I was just in a mastermind yesterday with a guy who does millions of dollars a year doing houses, traditional real estate brokerage, wholesaling, rehabbing, buy and hold, fix and flip, multifamilies. He does it all. And he was telling me, Joe, I love land. I've never had so many offers accepted. It's so easy to get deals. Then I told him, well, you got to make sure you're not offering too much. He's like, no, this is amazing. I love vacant land. I know. So there's a lot of people out there with vacant land. They don't want it anymore. They bought it 10, 15 years ago. Maybe their deceased husband bought it. They've never been there. They've been 3 or 4, 5, 6 years since they've been there. They're tired of paying the taxes. They just need the cash. They're done with it. They bought it a long time ago. They've not visited it. They're tired of paying the taxes. They're dealing with the county. They don't like the HOA. It's the same reason why somebody sells their $2,500 treadmill for $25 at a garage sale, right? They just don't use it anymore. Every time they walk by it, it reminds them of how fat they are. And now it just collects laundry. And their wife's mad at them for ever buying it in the first place. Okay? I'm saying this because we've all been there. I was talking to one seller one time. This was a property out in the county in the middle of nowhere, Florida. And he responded to our letter. I want to sell my lot. So I sent him an offer for, I want to say like $3,000 or $4,000. I think it was $4,000. And he wanted to accept it. It was worth about 15. So I sent him an offer for 4. It was worth about 15 or 20 or something like that. So he had a question. I called him and I said, he said, yeah, I want to sell this, but I can't wait 90 days. We do it sooner because my daughter has a wedding. So, okay, maybe tell me what you're thinking about. He said, well, listen, we bought this property 6-7 years ago. We just don't want it anymore. We never went there. And I just need some extra cash to help pay for my daughter's wedding. I offered him $4,000, right? So then I asked him, well, how much did you pay for it? And he said, well, I paid $6,000 for it. And now I felt bad because he needs the money for his daughter's wedding. I have a soft spot in my heart for daughters. And then, because I have 2 of them, right? And they're going to be getting married soon. And I'm not looking forward to paying. I am looking forward to paying for that, actually. But anyway, okay. And I feel bad. I'm like, oh, man. Like, okay, well, you should probably list it with a realtor. Have you thought about that? You can get more money if you list it with an agent. And he said, no, I don't want to go through the hassle. Just want to sell it and be done with it. So I said, all right, we'll buy it for $4,000 and I'll close in 30 days. Because I knew this would be a good deal. He said, great. He just didn't want it anymore. He wanted the cash for something else. It doesn't matter to him that he lost $2,000 on it because that money is lost. It's sunk costs. He just needs the money for it. So that's the kind of seller that we work with. They just don't care. They don't want it anymore. They were going to build a cabin on it. They never did. They just don't want it. Now you're saying, well, who buys this cheap land, Joe? Well, people who like to go camping, hunters, people who want to go ride their 4-wheelers, shoot their guns, build a cabin. There's a big movement, for prepping and survival stuff. They want to bug out. They want a land where they can go bug out. They're looking for a safe investment. And there's a saying in land that there's a pig for every barn, but like there's a lot of people. We typically like to do land that's 1 or 2 hours outside of this big city. Okay. These are not infill lots. We like to buy land that people can do something with. There's a lot of options. They can go hunting, 4-wheeling, ride their put their campers out there. Just have a place where they can get away, get off the grid, unplug, unwind. And there's some security that people get with owning vacant land. And by the way, Bill Gates is also buying a ton of this land. Did you know this? This is crazy. He's one of the largest private landowners in the United States. He owns over almost 270,000 acres. I saw this on Fox News the other day. And he owns a lot of land in a bunch of different states. Why is he doing that? Well, he's buying it for some agriculture, but he's just got so much stinking money. He's looking for a place to put it. So we need to hurry up and buy some land before he buys it all. Okay. Now you're saying, well, Joe, where am I going to get the money to buy these deals? We'll help you with that. Like I said before, you can use our own money. We have private investors you can work with. I'll show you how to get your own private investors. In my course, I talk about how to get business credit cards. They're super easy. And a lot of our students lend money to each other's deals as well. Joe, what if I make an offer on a bad deal? I can't go out there and look at it. What if it's a bad deal and I find out it's landlocked or it's a swamp or it's on the side of a mountain? Can I back out of it? Yes, you certainly can. We don't do earnest money deposits. You don't need proof of funds. We give ourselves 3 months to close for due diligence. And you can always go back to the seller and renegotiate if you have to for, let's say you offer too much. Okay. Sorry, I'm getting this little ladybug here. You can go back and negotiate a lower price. You got 3 months to close and you can back out for any reason at all. So you can cancel or renegotiate. And I've never lost money on a deal. Not saying that you won't, maybe you will, but again, you're buying this property for 25 cents on the dollar. Worst case, you sell it and get your money back. Worst case, you might lose $1,000, $2,000 on a deal. Okay, that stinks. But guys, I've been in a couple masterminds. Oh man, let me show you something. Heart to heart, mano to mano. In the last 2-3 months, I've been to several different masterminds in person and live virtual. And I'm talking to these guys that are big real estate investors, very successful the last 3, 4, 5 years, making tons of money, hands over fist. And guess what? They are hemorrhaging cash right now. They're way over leveraged. They put too much money into that rehab. They got temporary financing because surely they could finish the rehab and sell it in 6 months. Well, it's been on the market now 3 months. They've dropped the price $100,000. They still can't sell it. They can't refinance it and get cheaper financing because the banks won't lend to them on this deal. There's no cheap money out there. They bought an apartment with the hopes of fixing it up and renting it out and making an improvement and then refinancing. But now interest rates are so high, they're having trouble refinancing. They're having trouble finishing the rehabs, and they have to pay dividend checks to their investors, and they are freaking out. There are so many full-time real estate house investors right now that are in big trouble. You don't even know yet. But remember the foreclosure crisis that we had from all these investors losing houses back in 08 and 010? I don't know if it'll be as bad, but it probably won't be as bad as it was back then, but it's getting pretty ugly right now. And it's under the surface. You can't see it yet. There are a lot of successful investors that are crapping their pants. Sorry for the metaphor, but they're in trouble and they're in deep, deep trouble. This is why I love vacant land. I'm not putting a ton of money into my deals. And if I do, I get that money back in less than a year. Worst case, let's say a deal, I buy it for $3,000 and it's a complete property on a toxic land dump. Okay. Well, that's not worst case. That won't even happen because I'd never buy that in the first place, but I don't know. But okay, let's say it's a bad deal and I lose all of my money on that deal. It's only a few $1,000s. And there's guys out there right now that are losing hundreds of thousands of dollars on deals. Potential profits, past profits. It's getting ugly. That's my whole point. I want to tell you right now. It's getting ugly out there. If you are doing houses right now, multifamilies, commercial properties, you have got to be careful. If you're trying to do, I don't have the time to go into all that, but it's real. It's real. And you got to be careful. Some of you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't want you to put in the chat, but some of you all are like, yeah, I have a deal that I'm having a hard time selling. And if I don't sell this thing, I'm hoping I at least break even. I know one guy who has over $1 million tied up cash, tied up in rehabs that will not sell. Okay, anyway. And if they do sell, when they sell, because they will, right? They're going to lose hundreds of thousands of dollars. You don't take those risks when you're doing vacant land. Okay. And Airbnb, that's like another thing, guys. If you're doing Airbnbs out there right now, cities are passing, there's so many cities right now that are passing laws and restrictions banning and making Airbnbs illegal, immoral, and fattening, and they're almost impossible to do anymore. We rented an Airbnb in New York City a year or two ago. And we found out after we got it, they got an email saying, hey, the address to the property is not actually the address that we put into the Airbnb ad. It's a different address, but don't worry. The pictures, if it's the same property, it's just on another street. It's in the same neighborhood, but we're doing that because all the restrictions that this New York City is putting onto this. And then when we got to the Airbnb, because they emailed us the actual address of the property. And they said, do not answer the door. If anybody knocks on the door, do not answer it. And if you accidentally do answer it, don't answer anybody's questions about the property. Tell them to call this name and this phone number, and tell them they have to call you. They have to call my attorney, because that's how much they're trying to hide these Airbnbs. But somebody just said here, Phoenix is hemorrhaging. Yeah, it really is. We're slowly starting to see the problems that are coming out of the housing market. Now, don't let that freak you out, because wherever there is change happening, there is new opportunity. And so somebody's asking about lease options. Yeah, lease options are coming back, right? But vacant land, I'm actually seeing an increase in offers accepted and selling these deals because people are looking for cheap alternatives. And okay, anyway, I need to move on because I'm getting distracted with this chat and I got to turn the chat off. Okay, let's go back to the mind map. Can you back out of it? Now, what if you have a full-time job? Great question. This is why I need to learn land investing. Okay. I have not found another real estate investing strategy that's more passive and automated. You're not going to lose your nights and weekends. Again, you can listen to the voicemails once a week and get them answered pretty quickly. And you can set up the systems where somebody else is doing the work for you. Okay. We're going to help you pick the right counties. We have software that'll pull the lists and give you comps. We even have a company that will do all of this for you. They'll send you direct mail for you. Our software collects the voicemails. We'll help you set that up. We have virtual assistants that listen to the voicemails. You can have a VA put all that information into the software. You can review it, click a few buttons, mail an offer to the seller at 25% of value. If the seller accepts your offer, you can send it to a title company or a local realtor. We have nationwide title companies that do all of our vacant land deals. And we have trained VAs that you can find and hire to do your due diligence and create your ads for you. In fact, we have a service where the VAs will do their due diligence for you and we'll put it all into a report. And I'll show you what that looks like later. And we'll also give you comp reports. Okay, anyway. And you can send the deals to us or other companies and we'll fund the deal or sell it for you, partner with you on it and split the profits. Sometimes what we do is we just buy if it's a good vacant lot and I can sell it and get cash flow on it, we will pay assignment fees. What about competition, guys? Listen, we talked about this before. There's 48 million vacant lots in the United States in 3,143 counties. I did some studies, just did this recently in ListSource. Over the last 90 days, there have been over 2,800, almost 2,800 vacant lots between 1 to 20 acres that have sold to investors in the United States. In that same 90-day period, there have been 45,000 houses sold to investors. So I looked at, well, how many active house investors are there? And then how many vacant land investors are there? So there's 3,129 houses for every active house investor. But listen to this. There are 23,000 vacant lots for every active land investor. There are 7.4 times more vacant land available for every active land investor than there are for houses. So then I looked at the numbers again. Only 261 land investors bought more than one vacant lot in the last 90 days. 261 LLCs bought more than one land property in the last 3 months. That means, for me, that means they're an active land investor. So you're worried about competition? If there is any, it's irrelevant. But you got to make sure you're focusing on the right markets, because competition, guys, this is important about land. Sometimes that's a good thing. We want to make sure that we're doing our land deals where there's already other investors doing it. And I'm going to show you how important and easy that is to find. If you don't like talking to sellers, you don't have the time. Again, I'm going to show you how my voicemail and my software does the work for you. Cool. All right. So these are the steps. We're going to dive into the steps. These are the exact same steps from my course. Number one, you need to research and pick a market. Oh, come on now. How are you going to do this? I'm going to show you here. Now, if you get this wrong, it's important. You're going to be wasting a lot of money and a lot of time. You're going to be sending your letters to the wrong sellers who want too much for their property. There's too much competition. You got to make sure you're picking the right areas. And if you don't go into the right areas, you're going to have a hard time selling them. But if you get this right, you're going to be saving a lot of money. You're going to be making a lot more money. You're going to have a lower cost per lead. You're going to avoid super competitive markets. You're going to avoid areas that are hard to sell properties in. You're basically going to follow the demand. So picking the right counties is very important because this makes everything easier. And this is the most important step. So we're going to show you here how to follow the demand. And there's two sites I want you to go to, LandWatch and Zillow. I'm going to show you how to do this. You can do this on your own. But LandWatch is part of the land.com websites. There's Lands of America, land.com, landwatch.com. They're all owned by the same. The cool thing about this is it's going to show me all of the vacant land that's currently for sale on this website in the United States. And you can see here there's 555,000 listings. Okay. All I want to do here is I want to see where is all the activity? Where are the most popular states and counties in those states? And what I want you to do is you don't have to worry about picking like the best number one county or the top two counties. I want you to take the pressure off. I want you to pick the top 20 counties because you're going to need at least 15 to 20 counties to mail to. So I see a lot of students like overanalyze this and get so worried about picking the right counties. You want to pick 15, 20 of them. And so when we do land, we only like to deal with cheap, rural, recreational vacant land. So I want us to look at anything under that sells for less than $100,000. So I'm going to do a price filter of under $100,000. You see that? I'll zoom in a little bit. So Florida has the most, Texas, then North Carolina, and Georgia, Tennessee, Michigan, Arkansas, California. Cool. All right. And I also don't want the little cheap infill lots. There is a strategy for doing infill lots, but I only want rural lots. So I could do 1 to 20 acres. You could do, sometimes I'll do 5 to 40 acres. Like I don't even want the 1 acre lots. So you could do 5. I know some students and friends of mine that will do 10. They want to see where are the areas that have at least the most activity with 10 acres or bigger. All right, so now you can see North Carolina, Texas, Georgia, Florida. These are the best states that have cheap, rural, recreational land, right? Then one of the things I like to look at is I also click sold. So if this doesn't mean that these are properties that have sold, like from county records, these are just properties that have been marked as sold on the LandWatch website. But now I see here Texas is way up there. Florida, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, Tennessee, Virginia, California. So if everybody went into Texas, then everybody would be doing marketing there. So I don't want you to pick just the top state. I want you to pick maybe the top 6 or 7 states. I'm going to test something here. Just turn sold off. And where does, so Texas is number 2. So again, this is not from county records. These are just what people have sold and marked as sold on the land.com websites. Let's look here. North Carolina has a lot of activity. Texas, Georgia, Florida, Arizona, Tennessee, Michigan, Virginia. Somebody asked me one time, well, can I do vacant land deals in Ohio? I said, yeah. Do people go hunting or fishing or camping in Ohio? Yeah. Okay. So put Ohio on your list. Now let's look at this. Some guys type a state that you want me to look at in the chat, in the Zoom chat. California, New Jersey. Let's look at New Jersey. Do people buy vacant land in New Jersey? Yes, but New Jersey had only 248 properties listed. That's not up there. What about Idaho? Idaho is a beautiful state, but it only had 230. Illinois, 840. Let's look at Ohio. Somebody mentioned Ohio, 855. Well, wouldn't it be better to maybe go after North Carolina with 5,300 than Ohio with only 855 or Oklahoma? What's crazy too is like Missouri's up there, 1,695. But you guys keep on, there's tons and tons of states here. I'm looking here. Let's look at Alabama. What's going on in Alabama? 1,500. Okay, let's look at that. If we click on Alabama, guess what this site does? This is why I really like this. It shows me all of the county and it ranks them. Mobile, Jefferson, Talladega, Walker, Shelby County. Okay, good. I'm going to remove Alabama. Let's pick a big county. Let's pick a big state. Let's look at New York. I'm not saying you should. Well, no, actually, hold on. Let's do this. See less. I want to go in this top 8 list here. What if we looked at Virginia? So now we're just looking at Virginia. Under 100, 1 to 20 acres. These are the counties. Franklin. So now what I want to do is I want to make a list of the top 10 counties and see which one has the most activity. So now I'm going to go to Zillow, right? So I want you to go to Zillow. Let me zoom this over here. Let's look at Franklin County, Virginia. Okay. I'm going to type in Zillow, Franklin County, Virginia. So I'm in Zillow. Let's go to sold. Franklin County. Let's see, where is Franklin County, Virginia, you say? Ah, it's rural. This is perfect. Rural Virginia. It's outside of Roanoke. Let's look here at Google Maps. I like this. Okay, it's not in a big city. It's kind of far away, and it's from Greensboro, a couple hours from Chesapeake, 3-4 hours. It's in the middle of nowhere, but there's a lot of activity there. Okay, so what we do then is we go here. Let's look for home type, just land. Ooh, that's awesome. Lots of yellow dots. Let's do 1 acre minimum. And let's do sold in the last 6 months. 189 results. That's a good number. If I zoom out a little bit, 216 vacant lots, 1 to 20 acres. Well, now it's 120 acres. 185 vacant lots sold in the last 6 months. That's good. So write that down, right? Franklin County, if you're looking at Virginia, write down Franklin County, Virginia, 185. Well, the next county was Northumberland. What kind of county name is that? Northumberland. All right. Northumberland? Wow. Ooh, only 23. Okay. It doesn't mean it's a bad county. Let's zoom out and see where it is. It's probably beautiful out there, but it's only 23. What's the next county? Carroll County. A little easier to spell. Let's see if I can get it right. Carroll County, Virginia, 17. All right, good. What's next? Mecklenburg. Let's copy that. $42. Okay. Look at one more here. Lancaster. Boom, boom, boom. Come on. Lancaster County, 19. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going to make a list of the top 15, 20 counties in here. Go to Zillow and see how many sold in the last 6 months, and then rank them from most sold to least sold. And that's where you're going to start marketing. Why do we do that? Because that's where the demand is, right? So when we looked at Franklin County, 185 solds. Do you think if you got a property there, you might be able to sell it quick? One of the things I like to do here is sort it from low to high. You can see these properties are buying them for $3,000, selling them for 10, 12, 15, 16, 20 grand. This is good. This is where there's a lot of activity. What was one of the other states that we were looking at? Let me remove Virginia here. North Carolina. Let's look at North Carolina. If anybody knows anybody who works at Zillow, I want you to call them and tell them to get rid of this drop-down mess. Every time, as soon as this page is done loading, you see how this thing comes down all the time? Please, if anybody knows anybody who works at Zillow, tell them to get rid of this. All right, thanks. Look at this. We're looking at vacant land, 1 to 20 acres in the last 6 months. Even in the middle of the recession and market, everything's slowing down. People are still buying land. Yeah. Take a look at this. One of the things that I'm going to be doing for you guys, if you join the case study, is I'm going to be I did the research and I'm digging into this more and more. And I'm going to have a report that shows you all of the states, which of the states had the most sold land activity. And inside of those states, which ones had the most sold, which counties had the most sold inside of those states. And I also use a tool called ListSource to kind of help you walk through that. And I'll show that to you here in a second as well. So North Carolina, a lot of activity, huh? Interesting. Let's maybe filter it some more. We don't want the real expensive properties. Let's just look at anything under 100 grand. Goes from 8,100 to 5,100. Cool. And you know what else we could do? Let's say, I don't want to deal with the little 1 acre properties either. I want to only deal with 5 acre minimum to 50 acres. All right. 1,500 sold in the last 6 months. This is so important. I want you to hammer this into your head. We want to follow the demand. This will make everything so much easier for you when you follow the demand. By the way, when you see some of these properties selling for 500, usually that's like $500 down payment for owner financing. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes somebody's buying this property for $1,000, but don't think that you have to be buying it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom in and let's look for the hot pockets, shall we? I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on up here, isn't there? Let's zoom up here. I'm just following the demand, aren't I? A lot of stuff going on right here. How about that? I mean, look at that. This whole area, a lot of activity, right? There's Greensboro. What about all this up here? So sometimes what I like to do is I like to remove boundary and I like to draw an area. A lot of activity up here. What county is this? I don't know. Let's look. Click apply. Okay. Let's do newest here. So a lot of these, here's a 7 acre lot that sold for 50, 62, 20 grand, 75 grand. They're not always going to be, there's sometimes will be houses on them. All right. So this is a 7 acre lot that sold for 80 grand. Where is that? Well, sometimes I just Google this and see what county it's in. It's in Surry County. So Surry County has a lot of activity, doesn't it? Let's look here. If we click on North Carolina, Surry County. Do you see it on here? There it is. Surry County. If I open up Surry County in Land Watch and I sort this from low to high. Oh, I love this. I'm seeing some investors that are advertising properties here. Here's the whole point I want to make. You can just find this in Zillow. People are buying land recently in Surry County, North Carolina. Do you think maybe we should start focusing our marketing over there? Does it look like a good recreational area that's an hour or two outside of a big city? Yep. Let's look at active listings here. Not too much. That's good. It's good. You'd rather see areas with less actives and more solds. If you see more actives and less solds, that might be a problem. So I'm going to show you in a little bit how to pull lists of vacant landowners. But again, what I want you to do, let's say North Carolina is one of your 2 or 3 states. Then what I want you to do is, I'm trying to get this back to North Carolina. Basically, you're starting with LandWatch to kind of give you the areas, the most popular counties. And I'm going to look at actives and solds. And now I want you to make a list of the top 15 to 20 counties. There's Surry County right there. We were just looking at that. And then look at these counties to see which ones have the most activity. Wilkes County, I've done deals there before. Let's look at this. Wilkes County, North Carolina. 24 active listings. Let's look at solds. Oh, I forgot to change this. So that should be anywhere. 85 results, 85 properties in the last, well, those are 5 to 50 acres. Let's do one. 185 properties. Do you think Wilkes County might be a good county to go after? Yeah. Why? Because there's a lot of sold. I mean, these are properties that sold within the last few weeks. People are still buying vacant land. Oh, I got to show you this. This is so cool. So there's a tool I use called Priced. If you want more information on that, go to joemccall.com/priced. joemccall.com/priced. But you don't have to subscribe to this because we have a company and a tool that we use that will get you these lists for you. But there's a thing here they have called research. And this is really cool. This is a tool we use. I teach you how to do it in my course, but I'm going to go real quick here to North Carolina. And there's 100 counties in North Carolina. And I'm going to filter this down to the best counties to look at using data. We're talking about data, not drama. Hold on one second. I got to turn my thing off. Data, not drama, right? And so we're going to filter for sold comps. I only want counties that have a lot of sold comps greater than, let's do greater than 300. 300, run filter. Now we're down to 62 counties. Okay, cool. Let's add another filter here. This sold to for sale ratio. That just means there's more, the more solds to the sales, the better. So we want greater than, right here. We want greater than, let's do 0.6. Now we're at 35. We could do 0.7. Again, the higher that number is, the better. 28. Let's add another filter. Days on market. If there is fewer days on market on average, that's good, right? So days on market less than, let's say less than 200. Now we're down to 15 counties. Oh, cool, right? But I also want to make sure we're not in the big cities. So I'm going to add one more filter. I don't want to be near a big city either. So I'm going to do, oh, they used to have something here and they took it away. We used to call population density or something like that. It's interesting. They got rid of that. Let's look at population. I don't want a county with a lot of population. So we'll do population less than 250,000. So now there are 11 counties that meet my criteria, that have a good number of sold comps, a good ratio of sold to for sales, low days on market, and a population that's not very big. So that means it's not in a big county. Cool. And now let's filter down a little more. Let's do 1 sold to sales. So now there's 7 counties. Let's do days on market less than 190. So now we're down to 5 counties. Let's do 180. Now there's 4 counties. All right, here we go. So there's 4 counties that meet this strict criteria. This is just another way to filter and do some research. Now, price does cost money. It's $500 a year or $25 a month. But again, you don't have to get this because there's other tools that I use that I teach you how to use. I'm just going to show you, like, look, here are 4 quick counties, and you could then do a search through these 4 counties. So I'm going to click those 4 counties, click send to search. It brought them over here. I'm going to do advanced search. I'm going to say, all right, bring me all the ones that are 1 to 20 acres. I want to see this report, this comping report in acre increments of 1. You can choose the pricing characteristics, and you can put more weight on the for sales or the solds. I'm just going to keep it right there in the middle. And I'm going to choose all of these data tree filters. I don't want people that live in the county. So I don't want to send any letters to people who live inside that county. And then I'm going to zoom down here, and I want them to have owned it for at least 10 years. So 2013. Wow. Where did all of those time go? Okay. So they have had to have owned it. Last sale date was before 10 years ago. Search. That's going to take a minute here. This is one of the ways we find the top counties. And normally this is stuff I don't do in my normal webinar. But because we got more time here, I'm going to show you another cool trick here as well. You go to ListSource and just create a free account. This is still pulling records here. If you go to ListSource, all we're doing now is we're going to see, all right, let's say we want to do North Carolina. How do we find which counties in North Carolina have the most land sold activity recently. And so I'm going to use list source. I'm going to click on create your own and just watch me here. This is something, again, I go through fast, but I'm going to show you in the course how to do it. We want the state and we want North Carolina. We're going to go to property. We're going to go to property type, and vacant land. There's 494,000 land records of vacant land. Okay. And I want to do lot area, acres, 1 to 20 acres. I want to see, let's say you want to do areas that have at least 5 acres or more. You don't want the little 1 acres because, again, it's easier to sell a 5-acre lot and there's more profit in the bigger deals. 1 acre is the last kind of good, but it's not a lot you can do with a little 1 acre. You can't go hunting on there maybe. All right, 5 to 20 acres. And then we want to do last market sale date in the last 6 months. Oh, cool. And anything else? No, it's good. Let's go to options, and we want no preference on corporate owns. I'm okay if an LLC buys it. All right, 1,500 vacant lots sold in North Carolina in the last 6 months between 5 to 20 acres. Now we're going to pretend like we're purchasing the list. We're going to go here to purchase partial list. I'm going to do custom selection, and I'm going to break it up by county. And guess what it does right here? Boom, look at this. It gives you all of the counties, and there are 62 rows. There's 62 counties that pulled up in these results. And I can export them right here. Now I have a spreadsheet that my students get. I'm just going to pull it up. It's called the top zip codes, but you can use it for counties, even if it's not zip codes. All right, and I'm going to make a copy of this just so I don't mess up the original. Okay. I'm going to go here to blank. Now, what I'm doing is I'm going to go to list source. There's 50 that are showing. I'm going to copy all of this, copy. Paste that right there, and I'm going to do next page and copy these as well. Copy, paste. Okay, now I'm going to go up here. I'm going to copy all those counties and put them right here. All right, what it just did, I'm going to zoom in. What it's done here is now on the right, it tells me in the last 6 months, Johnston County has 84 transactions, or 5.6% of all of them. Wilkes County had 63, 9.8. Jackson had 55. Gadsden, Brunswick, Robeson, Wake, Montcalm. Boom, just like that. With this simple spreadsheet, I now can see, instead of targeting the entire state, I can go after just these counties where 50% of all of the vacant land activity has happened. Okay? All right. Let's look at Johnston County for a second. Let's go, first of all, the price, they gave me 3,555 records of people who own land in those counties that we looked at before in price. Let's look at one more thing. I'm gonna do that search for Johnston County right here. So Johnston County, North Carolina has a lot of activity, right? Let me just go and reset this whole thing. Hold on. Clear search. Okay. Johnston County, North Carolina. Cool. All right, let's look. 1 to 20 acres, 1 acre increment. No, let's do 5. Sorry. 5. Let's do 5 to 40 acres, 2 acre increments. And I'm just going to say no. Don't give me anybody that lives in that county, and give me only people that bought it before 10 years ago. Search. Is this good info or what, guys? Mm-hmm. Oh my gosh, somebody does know somebody at Zillow. Deborah knows somebody at Zillow who works in IT. The only thing, Deborah, this is maddening. Talk to her, whoever this is. Tell them whenever I'm going into Zillow and I want to go to the search bar, look what just happened there. I'm up here and this stupid drop down menu pops up everywhere. Can anybody else relate to this when you're in Zillow and if you're in here and you want to go look up instead of sold, you want to change that around, right? Well, if you move your cursor through this drop down menu, this stuff comes up all the time and it's just maddening. Okay, sorry. Somebody knows somebody who works at Zillow. I don't like dealing with that. All right. So back priced. Look at that. In that one county, remember we looked at it? Johnson County. I can right now go and pull a list of 1,100 people there. This is why I'm telling you, you need to have 15 to 20 counties because that will only take me a couple weeks to send letters to them. Well, what about the next county then? Wilkes County. Let's look to see what Wilkes has. Go back here. Wilkes County. Boom. How much can I get from there? I'm telling you guys, when you figure this out, this becomes so easy to do vacant land deals. I got another 1,376 from them. Now, when you pull the list, there's a lot more that goes to this, but here it tells you what you should offer and you can adjust the offer price. Right now we're at maybe 20%. Move it to 20%. You always confirm that before you actually send the offer, but it'll pull a list. And the cool thing about price and the way we use it is if you look at one of these areas. So let's look at, here we go. I'm gonna click on sold comps. So this is all the properties that are between 27 and 29 acres. These are all the comps. And it gives me, all right, Lands of America has a property that's 28 acres. They're selling for $100,000. It's 3,561 an acre. And I can go click here and look at it. So when I'm looking for comps, it's harder to find comps for land than it is for houses. But priced gives me all of these links that I can look at comps very quickly and easily. So here's realtor.com. This one's pending for $100,000. Here is Redfin. That's got one. 27 acres, and it's sold. That's sold for $120,000. All right. Anyway, here's a Zillow. It gives you these comps from all these different websites. This was 27 acres, sold for $120,000. And you can export these comps. It does an amazing job. And when you get a property under contract, it gives you comp reports, and I'll show you what that looks like later as well. But I use this tool a lot. All right, we're going to get close here to a break, and we'll come right back here in a second. But I want to tell you, follow the market. It's important when you are picking a market, you need to follow the demand. Start with LandWatch. Go here and look to see the most popular counties. Make a list of the top 15 or 20 of them. And then look at the solds for each county on Zillow. You can play with a little tool like List Source to get a list of the top counties, and even if you didn't like what I did there, where I'm copying and pasting them and putting them into this fancy, sophisticated spreadsheet and stuff like that, you can just take this data and write it down on a piece of paper. Write down these counties, write down the number, and then rank them, which one has the most activity. Okay. Then you can go into a tool like Price, where we use to pull our lists, and that's it. It's super simple. I'm making this brain dead easy for you. So again, we're looking for cheap, rural, recreational, vacant land, 1 to 20 acres. We like cheap land. So we're, when we're doing our first search, we're looking for properties that are under $100,000. They're 1 or 2 hours away from the big cities. And I want you to pick at least 15 to 20 counties. All right. The next step is we're going to pull a list of sellers. And I already showed you that. I like to use a tool called Price. There's other tools I like to use as well. And it's really important that you set this up right, because how many do you need? Well, I don't want to overwhelm you with, but you're going to need at least 10,000 property records. And so the little searching I just did gave me an average of 1,100 or so. So I'm going to need at least 9 or 10 counties to mail to get me to 10,000 records. And that's going to take me 6 months. Now, when you pull the list of sellers, you got to make sure you do it right. If you get it wrong, you're going to be wasting a ton of money on direct mail. Your cost per lead is going to be way high. No one's going to want to sell or accept your offer. And when you get this right, by the way, Dana, can you text me that link of the Google Doc so I can look at questions? I'm going to answer questions real quick before we go to a break. Okay. And Dana's asking about the transcript showing up on Facebook. I think Facebook is putting that in because we don't have it on Zoom. It should not be in Zoom because Facebook adds their own transcript. So can you paste, Dana, the Google Doc link, or Sam?
Yes.
Because I'm going to answer questions in a minute. Okay, cool. When you get this right, when you pull the right list of sellers, you're going to get a much higher response rate on your mail. And this is why I love mail, because when a lot of land investors have been doing lately is sending text messages or cold calling, and that works, but it's so much easier to work with a seller that's responding to your marketing and not being interrupted by a text message. They're calling you. They are wanting an offer. You're not bothering them with a text message. So if you're lucky, you're getting half to 1% response rate. With land, we're getting 2 to 3% response rates, double or triple what we're getting with houses. Even though land is maybe getting more expensive, I would argue that still, when you compare to houses, not even close. You're going to get good quality leads of sellers who are calling you, not you interrupting and annoying them with an annoying text or cold call. Who's ever gotten spam texting, texts, or cold calls? Does anybody enjoy it? If you enjoy it, type in 1. If you hate it, type in a 2. If you enjoy it, type in 1. If you hate it, type a 2. Some of you guys are giving me 1s. It's horrible. And then, yeah, so job is much, much easier when you're sending direct mail. And I would argue your cost per lead is actually lower because we get a better response rate with direct mail. So when we're pulling a list of sellers, this is my criteria. I like to look 1 to 10 acres. Now, I have students that are doing 10 acres plus. They only want to do the bigger lots because they can make more money on those. That's fine. So we could talk about that in the course, but there's, you don't want, well, let me say this. I also have students that are doing quarter acre lots in subdivisions, and you can make a lot of money with that as well. And I don't do ringless voicemail, Carlos. And I want to make sure they don't live in that county. I want to make sure I'm not sending mail to somebody who lives right next to that vacant lot, because chances of them wanting to sell it aren't that great. I like to have them own it for over 10 years. Maybe if I'm not getting a big enough list, they have to own it for at least 5 years. And I keep this really, really simple. I like going after cheap, rural, recreational land. Again, I know people that are doing really, really well selling infill lots in subdivisions, but here's the problem. That activity is really slowed down because home builders are not building as much as they used to. Okay, let's look at Zillow again. And let me go around. Let me move my cursor around this drop-down menu because this thing gets in there. So I'm going to go around and I'm going to click on F in here in the search. And I'm going to go to Florida, FL. And let's remove my filters. I want land and I want no minimum. Let's do 10 acres. Sold in the last 6 months. Look at this, guys. Florida has 25,585 sold lots in the last 6 months. You think things are slowing down? Let's look at the last 3 months, 90 days. 10,166. All right, so now if I zoom in, I can see where the hot spots are, can't I? Man, a lot of stuff's going. Didn't a huge hurricane come up through here recently? What's going on up here? Let's zoom into this area. You want to increase your chances of doing deals? Go into this area where there's a lot of, let's just pick one of these properties. This is I don't know, quarter acre lot that sold for $7,650 in Citrus Springs, Florida. Let's Google that. Which county is that? Citrus County. A lot of activity going on in Citrus County, right? What kind of list of motivated sellers could we pull in Citrus County? Let's look at, I don't care about minimum acreage. Well, let's do at least 0.2 acres. 5 acres, half acre increment. I'm just spitballing here. Spitball. Okay, Deborah says Citrus has a lot of swampland. Yeah, well, I think a lot of people don't care. Let's look at this. Oh, see that drop-down menu? Okay. Citrus County, Florida. You know who doesn't care? In the last 3 months, 485 people don't care. Gators and hogs, yeah. They like to go mudding, but a lot of this land is vacant lots right next to homes. So people are buying this land, wanting to build a house someday next to that. So there's a lot of activity. Now, again, I like to focus on rural land out in this rural city, outside of the city, but you can also do this with vacant land right next to houses. Because there's already utilities and stuff like, see this house right here? This one sold for $48,500 right across the street from these other houses. So there's already utilities there. Does that make sense? So if you want to go after that, if you want to go after Citrus County, there's a lot of demand there. And what? You can pull a list right now of 28,000 property owners that own vacant land outside of that county that have owned it for over 10 years. Do you think if you sent some letters to these folks? Okay, let me just show you some numbers. I'm going to geek out on some numbers here. Can you say pay dirt? All right, Carlos, I love it. Follow me along here. Let's say you pull 28,244 records. I'm going to put that in my calculator, 28,244. I know you can't see this. Now, let's remove 25% of that might be government owned or commercial or whatever. Let's just multiply it. Let's bring that down. For duplicate owners. So let's say we send 21,183 letters. I'm going to send over the course of a year, I'm going to send 21,000 letters to Citrus County. And I get an average response rate 2%. Let's be conservative. I'm going to get 423 leads. Now, let's say I only make offers to 90% of those leads times 0.9. So I'm going to send out 381 offers over the course of a year to Citrus County, Florida. 381 offers. Okay. So let's say then I'm getting 1 out of 25 offers accepted. Well, let's be conservative. Let's say 1 out of 30. I'm going to do 12.7 deals. Let's just say it's 12 deals. Okay. And my average profit on these things, what did we just say before? 9,700. Okay. 97. Where was I? Was I here in Zillow? And then calculator. So if my average 12 times 9,750, that's $117,000. Conservatively, I don't know about you, but I know I could go in there and send whatever I said, 21,000 letters and make $117,000. Now, Joe, how much does it cost to send 21,000 letters? That sounds like a lot. 21,000 letters times, I can send them for about 75 cents. It's going to cost me $15,000. That's a lot of money. But I don't know, would you spend $15,000 to make $117,000? And what if, how many deals did I say that was? That was 12 deals. What if you sold all of those with owner financing and your average cash flow was $300 for 5 years, a month, $300 a month for 5 years. So 12 times 300, 12 deals, that's $3,600 a month. Times 12 months, that's $43,000 a year. Times 5 years, that's $216,000 profit. if you sold them with owner financing. So if you sold them for cash, you would make $117,000 profit. If you sold them with owner financing, you'd be getting $3,600 a month or $43,000 a year. And after 5 years, you'd make about $216,000 profit. Okay. Woo. All right, let's look at the questions. A lot of you guys have asked some questions. My team has graciously started collecting them. And then I'm going to answer some questions. We're going to take a break. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of them. So I'll do my best to get through them as quick as possible. Will this work as a Texas residence? Yes. Oh my gosh. Texas is one of the best states. You wonder, can I do deals in Texas? Now I hear this all the time. I heard it more when I was teaching lease options. But with tech, I don't know. Can you do deals in Texas? Let's look here. Can you do land deals in Texas? Lots land. Let's look at 1 to 50 acres sold in the last 6 months. 4,000. Now, because Texas is non-disclosure, Zillow doesn't do a good job showing all of the solds in Texas. Okay. If I go to list source, I can get a better result. Let me go, hold on a second here. Refine search. I want to do state instead of North Carolina. I want to do Texas. Okay, hold on a second here. Oh, it's going to take too long. I don't have the patience for this. But Zillow they don't show all of the solds. But even if this was true, there's 4,000 properties in the last 6 months that have sold. The list is going to be way much more than that. Let me remove North Carolina. And then I have to do one more filter for property, lot, area. Do 1 to 20 acres in Texas. Sold in the last 6 months. All right, so there's 10,000 vacant lots, 1 to 20 acres that have sold in the last 6 months in Texas. So does it work in Texas? Yes. Okay, cool. Back to the questions real quick here. Are the leads linked to Podio? You can put them in Podio if you want. I don't recommend Podio. I recommend FreedomSoft. I custom built land edition, Joe McCall signature land edition of vacant land for FreedomSoft. That makes your job a whole lot easier in a million ways. But how much does the program cost? A lot. Denise, should I be here since I'm already a member? Yeah, Denise, you'll learn some good things. Sure. Andrew, I'm loving the mind map. What software do you use to create the mind map? It's called MindMeister. MindMeister. Define entitlements. Entitlements is when you kind of get I don't know how to explain it that well. It's like you do the drawing work and the zoning and the planning to get a drawing approved for the underground utilities and permits and zoning and all of that. Why only rural recreational land? Because it's so cheap. That's why I buy it cheaper. When you're buying suburban land in the suburbs next to other houses, you need to be buying it at maybe 40, 50 cents on the dollar. When you're buying rural land, I'm buying it at 20, 25 cents. Yes, Michael, it's also called platting. So you get a plot map, you get the county, you hire an engineer to do all of that underground stuff. Where the parking lot goes, where do the houses go, the buildings. You take that 20 acres and subdivide it into 5-acre lots. I don't recommend texting for sellers, Carlos, at least when you start off. Do you do anything in the neutral letter that lets the seller know you don't pay retail? No, Mark. So my letter, and I'll show it to you in a minute. My letter just says, hey, if you want to sell your land, give me a call. That's it. The offer is based on what valuation? I'll show you that in a minute, but priced helps us with that. And then we just confirm our number with Zillow. How do we acclimate our VAs to Podio? We'll use FreedomSoft, but I'm going to show you in my program how to find, hire, and train VAs. It's very, very easy. And actually just give your VAs my course, give your kids my course. I have so many students that are having their kids do land. How much cash on hand do you need to do this? I don't know, Mike. It just depends on how much marketing you're going to do. I recommend you need to have, at least $500 to $1,000 a month in marketing to make it really work. I have a company that does all of our mail, pulls the list, and does the mail for us. And I'll tell you who that is later. We don't negotiate owner financing, Dan. We just sell it on whatever terms we want. But we don't buy it on owner financing. We sell it on owner financing. We usually require 10% down. We charge 9 to 9.5% interest over 5 years. So you have to find and make 1,000 offers to do your first deal? No. We only make 30 offers to do a deal. Maybe you misunderstood. Which service do you use to do direct mail? I can only tell it to my students. It's in my course. We have 2 that we recommend. Yeah. Cool. I answered that question. I answered that. Can someone do this if they have no money to buy your course? Yeah. I thought land was driving up now that the politicians are cashing in. No. Don't worry about, okay, some people ask or worry about, like, if I'm doing owner financing on land, should I only focus on properties that are easy to foreclose on, states that make it easy to foreclose? No, because we do land contracts or contract for deeds. So you don't have to foreclose on anybody. If they stop paying, you just find another buyer for it. We're not foreclosing. Do I run credit on the person buying the property? No. The learning curve is very easy. I have my kids do this. And I'll show you later a testimonial I just got from somebody who was doing these deals with their kids. You don't have to foreclose when they're buying with owner financing. We're not giving them the deed. Our seller is okay with owner financing. They don't care because I'm buying the property. I own the property. Then I turn around and sell it with owner financing. How do you determine the valuation for your spreadsheet? I'll show you that later. How are you calculating the cash on cash return? Basically, how much profit am I making divided by the amount of money I put into the deal. That's it. How do you look up properties efficiently? I use a lot of different tools. Zillow is the main one. I look up Redfin as well. I use Priced a lot. How do you like land deals compared to lease options? I think land deals are way easier than lease options. But I'm not saying lease options are bad. Okay. What is used to determine the land worth? What I feel like I can sell it for. I look at Zillow, I look at Redfin and Priced and other tools like that. How do you find non-listed properties with owner's information? I just showed you how to do that in Priced. Okay. After the initial letter, doing the follow-up, does the marketing budget have to go up, or is it mostly like, I'm not sure I understand that. How much marketing? Okay. How much money marketing do you need to spend on marketing? On average, you should be spending about $500 to $1,000 a month on marketing if you want to make $100,000 a year. How do you avoid lack of access or landlocked properties? So, Jerry, when they call in response to my letter and say, yeah, I want to sell, they'll give me a letter reference ID. Then I go and look to see, and I can tell from Google Maps if that property is landlocked or not. And if I make an offer, it'll be ridiculous low, like $500. And usually I just pass on those. We do first class, Deborah. Now I don't like Nebraska because there's too much agricultural land. I like recreational land, not agricultural. If there's a lot of sold activity there, doesn't that also mean that they're probably getting approached several times from other investors about selling their land? Yeah, but still, again, when you compare it to houses, it's nothing. I'm telling you, competition has been vicious with land the last 10 years. When you compare it to houses, it's nothing. In houses, accurate Zillow information is limited. Is this true with land? So I don't look at Zillow doesn't give estimates for vacant land, but I found that it's usually good for listing active listings and recent solds. Yeah. Can you set the solds to the last? Yes, you can do that. Somebody's asking, can you set the solds to 60 days or 90 days or 6 months? Yes, you can do that inside of Zillow or Redfin or Priced. Okay. Why do you not want people to live in that county? All I'm saying is I just want rural recreational land. So if there's a lot of people that live in that county, it's not very rural. That's why I look at the rural population. Can you a VA do the research on the land for me? Yes. How much money do I need to start off with land investing? It just depends on how much mail you want to do. What's the cost of my land flipping course? I'm going to get to that later, but let me tell you something too. When you buy my program, it's pretty much free because I will refund your money after you complete it. So it doesn't matter what it costs. I mean, don't buy it unless you're going to implement it and do it. Is anybody here planning on buying a course and not going through it? If you are going to complete the program, it's an absolute no-brainer because I'm going to refund your money. It's called my Business Completion Challenge. Will your lease option strategy work in this shifting market? Yes, it works even better now in a down market if you're doing houses. Some of them, somebody's asking, is Joe paying for subscription on any of these websites? Some of them, yes. Some of them, no. Okay. What interest rates are you using when you're selling your property and owner financing? 9.5%, 10%. How do you sell the land? I'll get to that in a minute, Navi. Good question. Do you pay capital gains taxes on your profits? Yeah, but I'm not a tax guy. I don't know how taxes work. I know I pay a lot of them. Is Joe paying for the list source subscription? Yeah, I'm sort of, Josh. Yes and no. Do I service our own notes? Yes, we do. But you don't have to. We have companies that we use and recommend that do that for us. We use first class mail, best day to send mail, any of them, all of them, every one of them. I don't worry about that. I typically like to send 500 to 1,000 letters a week. Okay. What's the average marketing spend per unit purchase? On average, okay, Dana, I got to all of those questions up to what I've just highlighted here. On average, we're spending about $500 to $1,000 in marketing per land deal. Okay, good. Listen, we are going to take a break. And when we come back, we're going to be talking about the other steps of the letters that we send, the voicemail systems that we set up. How do you process the incoming leads? How do you sell them and all that good stuff? And then the rest of it will go a lot faster. I kind of dove deep into some really important rabbit trails. So we're going to speed that up later as we go through. So stay tuned. Okay. I'm going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a 5-minute break. Now, yeah. What's up? We're back. Keep your questions coming in. I want to share something with you guys because people ask, Joe, are you the real deal? And a lot of you don't know me. And I'm going to allow me to brag on myself and my team. Okay. Those of you that don't know me, I take my reputation very, very seriously. And this is me with my coaching business partner, Gavin. And I collect testimonials from our students. And if you go to joemccall.com/reviews, and I'm going to put this in the Zoom chat. Be careful because it takes a long time to load. But look at this. These are all students of mine that have left me positive reviews. And I'm just going to scroll and scroll and scroll and scroll. I get it. Some of you have never heard of me. You're like, is this guy for real? Carlos asks a good question. Joe, you'll make it look so easy. But to get your results, you'd have to have a huge marketing budget. Well, okay, let's say you did. And Carlos is saying you need at least $4,000. You don't need that much. But let's say you did. Would you spend $4,000 to make $20,000? What if I guaranteed, as I talk about this, I'm going to show you all these testimonials, case studies, and interviews that we did with students. These are students that got our business completion challenge refunds. I just passed the halfway mark on this page. I didn't buy these pictures and these people on Fiverr. Okay. I keep on going. You want me to keep on going? I worked really, really hard to collect all of my testimonials here. I'm going to get this piece of paper right here. I'm going to tear it out of my notebook. Okay. I'm going to write some numbers on here. See these numbers? Okay. I know you can't see it because the light's bad. I'm going to fold this up here. And I guarantee you guys that if you had these numbers, if you bought these numbers from me, this piece of paper, you would make multiple times over your investment. And I guarantee, how much would you pay for this piece of paper? $1. Tracy would pay $1 because you don't play the lottery. Here, my whole point in this silly, stupid exercise is if I could guarantee your success and give you your money back after you go through the program and you implement it, does it matter how much it costs? If you knew that you could spend $2,000 on this and I would give you $20,000 in profit, if you didn't have that $2,000 now, you would find a way to get it, wouldn't you? Lottery is Friday, not tomorrow. $1.5 billion. I would sell it to you if it was the winner, Ingrid. All right, that's a dumb exercise. My whole point is, if you could spend $1,000, which college or university would ever offer you your money back after you got the degree? Why would I do that? It's real simple. I give money back to my students, and that you saw those testimonials, when they complete my program, because I look at it as an investment into my most important asset is you guys, my customers. I know if you buy something and you have success with it, you're going to be a raving fan for life. You're going to tell all your friends. I'm going to get great testimonials. You might sign up for coaching later on. You might buy my other programs. You're going to recommend other people to me. You're going to give me testimonials. So I look at it as an investment in my most important asset, which is you guys, my customers. Okay. The other reason is it's how I do deals. A lot of you guys will bring me deals. I'm looking to buy more deals, sell more deals, partner on deals, lend money on deals. And it's how a lot of you guys are going to bring me deals. So I look at it as a win-win. Everybody wins. You do more deals. I do more deals. We all make more money. And it's great. Now, my philosophy is really simple. If I can't make you money, then I don't deserve yours. Let me say that again. If I can't make you money, then I don't deserve yours. So when you go through the program, there's another ladybug here. Sorry, let me get them. When you complete the program and you make at least 25 written offers, I will refund all your money. It's a win-win for everybody involved, right? All right. So before we dive in, I got so much more to talk about. And I'm going to talk about how the letter that we sent, I'm going to show you the letter. I'm going to talk about the voicemail systems that we set up. I'm going to give you the voicemail that we use, how you process the incoming leads and send a contract and offer, what the contract looks like, how you advertise the property, and how you sell the deal. But I first want to tell you, because I know a lot of you can't stick around for very long. So I'm just going to take 5-10 minutes and talk to you about the program that I have. Would that be all right with you guys? Give me a yes or no. That's okay. Would that be all right? Okay. Because a lot of you guys keep on asking me, hurry up, Joe. How much does it cost? How much does it cost? This is really kind of the reason why I do this course and why I sell courses. It's because I love doing deals. And I have a business completion challenge, and I'm going to give you all your money back. And I'm going to share my screen with you here. I'm going to move it to, is this going to let me do this? Okay. I'm going to share my screen here. I have this business completion challenge. I've talked a little bit about it. I'm going to share with you, what do you have to do to go through it and complete it? Go through the modules, set up your systems, report on your numbers every week. Show me that you've made at least 25 written offers in 6 months from people that responded to your marketing, and give us a video testimonial, and I'll give you all of your money back. Now, some people don't believe me. And this is my favorite part of the presentation here, because it always takes a little bit of time to load. These are all the people that I've refunded money in the last couple of years and given them their money back from my business completion challenges. And I like these pictures because I want you to see it's young and old, minority, non-minorities, rich, poor, college educated, not college educated, athletic, not athletic. Anybody can go through my program and complete it. And I have thousands of testimonials from people who've gotten their money back. Just going through the program and implementing it. Bam. Woo! Isn't that awesome? I have given over $235,000 in course completion challenge refunds. My goal is to give $1 million back. My philosophy is simple. If I can't make you money, then I don't deserve yours. But don't make this decision today. If you try it out, try out my course for 30 days. If you don't like it, I'll give you your money back. But I am taking away all of the risk. Okay. You either complete the course, get your money back. You don't even have to do a deal. Just make some offers, or you go through the program. You don't like it, so let us know. We'll give you your money back. The other thing is you can let PayPal pay for it. Now, my program costs, you know what? Hang on one second here. I want to make sure I'm doing the right slides. Okay, I'm bouncing around here because my slides are in the wrong order. I'm just going to take you to the last slide. Okay, my team is messaging me. Normally when I'm going into my program, I have like 50 slides that I do to talk about it. And I'm just going to dive right to the end because I want to show this to you and what you get. And then I'm going to jump back into the content. Okay. So let me share with you right now what it is that you get. In fact, actually, let me stop the share. I'm going to do another way. Boom. Share that. Okay. I am doing a case study that starts January 24th. January 24th, I'm updating my entire Land Flips program, and I'm going to be teaching it all over again starting January 4th. And the reason I'm doing this is because I update my courses, every year or less. And I want to give people an opportunity to get in this. Now, if you already have my course, you still get these updates, but I'm throwing in a bunch of new bonuses. And I'll explain to this how this works if you've already purchased the program. But I'm doing a brand new class, like a live case study that starts January 24th in a couple of weeks. And I'm going to be doing, it's real simple. I'm going to be doing a Tuesday. I'm going to be teaching the class on Tuesday. And then I'm going to be doing a coaching call on Thursday. So I'm going to be teaching a little bit at a time, give you a few days to implement it. And then I'll have a coaching call on Thursday for you to come in and ask any questions you have of what you've been implementing. Okay. I'm also going to be doing a new call on Wednesday called Office Hours, where you submit your deals and I will look at the deals and tell you what I think you should offer on these deals. Okay. Anybody who wants to join in, we'll look at actual deals. I'll show you how I come up with the value of the property, how I would make an offer, and et cetera. So I normally sell this program for $49.97 on my website. If you go to joemccall.com, you can see I sell the course for $5,000. I'm knocking 50% off for this case study here. And here's my 6-month completion challenge and $1,000 deal guarantee. If you complete the program in 6 months from when you start, so you may say, I don't want to start until February. And you make 25 written offers, I'm going to give you 100% of your money back. And if you don't get a deal under contract in the 6 months from those 25 offers and you're done, you want out, I will refund you the program and up to $1,000 in marketing and costs and software costs, but you have to give me the leads. So if you give me all of your leads, I will refund your money plus $1,000 for your marketing. Now I've got some new bonuses here. We're going to do all your marketing for you. So we'll pull the seller list and send your letters for you. We're going to set up your systems for you. We're going to set up FreedomSoft for you, set up your voicemail, set up your websites. We're doing 6 new weekly coaching calls that are for 6 weeks on that Thursday. And then after this case study is done, you jump into our normal regular weekly coaching calls. I'm adding in 6 new weeks of office hour deal review calls. Okay. So for 6 weeks, you submit your deals and we're just going to be looking at deals. I'm also throwing in, this is brand new. After the case study is done, you have 30 days to Voxer me. Voxer is a private messaging app. You can Voxer with me and ask me questions. It's like a walkie-talkie for your phone. And then you get to schedule a one-on-one call with me. So these are some new things that I'm doing that aren't available normally. Doing 6 new weekly coaching calls just for this case study group. I'm doing 6 weeks of office hour deal reviews. So these are special new calls only for people in this case study. You can submit your deals and I will actually look at them. We're doing 30 days of private Voxer access with me. Once a day, I go through and answer everybody's Voxers. You don't have to wait till the next group coaching call. You don't have to put it in the Facebook group. You can message me your question and I'll answer it personally on this app. It's a free app. After the course, you get 30 days of that. After the course, you also get to schedule a one-on-one call with me and I'll answer all your questions. I'll help you review your counties and all of that. Then after that 6 weeks, you get access to the regular weekly coaching calls that we do in the private Facebook community we have. We're also doing free deal review reports. So every month you can get up to 10 reports a month where you can say, we'll do the comp reports and the due diligence reports. And I'll show you what those look like later on here in the webinar. And we'll give you free funding. We'll give you funding for your deals. We'll either buy the deal, lend you money on the deals, refer you to other companies that will lend money on the deals. And sometimes we JV split. It all depends on the deals. Okay. Now, if you're an existing student, you're going to get access to all of the recordings of this class when it's done. So in 6 to 8 weeks, these new videos I'm doing will replace the old ones in the course. Okay. If you want to participate, if you're an existing land student or a coaching student, if you want to participate in this live case study that I'm doing that starts January 24th, you have a 50% off discount. So you would only pay half of $24.97. So it's 3 payments of $9.97 or $24.97. If you have questions about this, you can text or call 636-249-1510 or send an email to support@joemccall.com. The website is simplelandclass.com/summit. No, only existing land students get this case study at 50% off. And let me clarify again. If you're a land student, you're going to get these modules, but just not right away when they're done. So in 6 to 8 weeks after the live class is done, you'll get access to all the recordings for free. Now, you don't have to upgrade or pay for any of that. But if you want to participate in these new classes that I'm doing and these new coaching calls that I'm doing and this extra Voxer and one-on-one coaching call stuff that I'm doing, you can sign up for 50% off of this price. Okay. If you're new, not a student, it's 3 payments of $9.97 or $24.97. And again, I'm going to give you your investment back after you complete the program. You go through it. Okay. So cool. I wanted to share that before we go too much further in. And, I started realizing after I decided to share that it was going to take too long if I go through my slides. So I just decided to jump to the very end. So the link, Dana or Sam, would you type in the link that people can click in the Zoom chat and also put in the phone number and email for support. Yes, Gavin is asking, just to be explicitly clear, will you refund the entire $2,500 once we meet those 3 criteria? Yeah, I'm not sure if it's 3, it's a little bit more. Number 1, you have to complete the program, go through all the course. Number 2, you have to set up the systems and do the marketing. You have to update us on your progress in the Facebook group. And I forgot to mention this. In this new case study, there will be a scorecard. I'm giving you guys a scorecard that you are going for accountability. Everybody's going to be turning in their numbers every week. And after you go through the program and you set everything up, you have to make 25 written offers to people who responded to your marketing. And give me a video testimonial, and I'll give you your money back. Ed says he will. I saw my picture a little bit ago. So Edward's picture was one of the ones I just showed you. All right, there is the link. Join the case study today. All right. And also I want to put on there, if you have questions, will you put the Zoom chat on there? I'm sorry. No, if you have questions, you can text or call the voicemail 636-249-1510 or send an email support@joemccall.com. Okay. You see that there? If you have questions, anything you want to ask, text or call 636-249-1510. My team is actually right now in the texting. So that's going to be helpful. Richard, that's correct. I've done some new bonuses like the Voxer. You still get access. You can still schedule a one-on-one call with me, but those extra things like the Voxer access are only available for people who join this case study. But again, you're going to get, if you just bought my course a week ago, 3 weeks ago, you're going to get all these updates when they're done. Okay, right. Let's move back into the mind map. Okay. Now we've picked some markets. We don't just pick one market. We're going to pick 15 to 20 different counties. We're going to pull a list of sellers. Now we're going to send the letter, the neutral letter. If you get this wrong, your letters are going to get thrown away. You're going to be spending 30 to 40% more on your direct mail than you should be. Your response rates are going to be very, very low. And I do not like sending blind offers. A lot of guys who do land investing like send blind offers, and there is an advantage. I mean, people are doing deals sending blind offers, just thousands of offers at once. But you're going to miss out on your really good deals if you do that. I can prove to you, you'll get twice as many offers accepted when you send blind or neutral letters like we send rather than blind offers. Okay. But when you get the letters right, you're going to get a lot of leads. You're going to get more of your offers accepted. You're going to be working less hard and you're going to be making more money. The start date, guys, is January 24th. January 24th. So here's the letter that we send. Okay. Again, this will be in the mind map. If you stick around to the end, we're going to send you a link to this mind map and a link to this letter, or you can just take a screenshot of it right now. But it's a real simple letter. You notice something here, though. At the top is the letter reference ID. This is the really, really important part of this. When you send the letter, when you download your list from Priced, you will add a reference ID to every single record of the lists. When that reference ID is on there, when the seller calls you, goes to voicemail, the voicemail says, hey, what's the letter reference ID? This is where it comes from. This is really important that you get this right. Okay. It's a simple one-page letter, ugly typed, old type, new Romans or whatever, nothing fancy about this at all. But here's the thing that's really important. If you would like to receive an offer for your property, please call or text our 24-hour recorded voicemail at address. That's the magical key right there. Please call or text our voicemail. Why is that important? Because you're going to get more calls when you do that with the letter reference ID above. And I'll talk about the voicemail in a minute, show you how easy it is to set up. That's the letter. It's one page. It costs us about 75, 80 cents. Cheaper if if you're buying more direct mail, more if you're sending less. So we're going to pass on our best pricing to you. with the direct mail company that we use. Okay. We use local phone numbers. Real simple, one-page letter. Now, we have special pricing, or our students save with 30 to 40%. I'm telling you, you could go do this on your own, but the savings you'll get using our links and our special vendors will more than pay for the course. So the letter reference ID is real important, and the call or text or 24-hour recorded voicemail is really important. So what about this voicemail? What is it? Well, when you use our signature edition of FreedomSoft, you get a local phone number. So every county or state or campaign, depending on how you're setting it up, gets their own phone number. And then the voicemail says, real simple, hey, thanks for calling about, you got our letter. Thanks for calling about your vacant lot for sale in Jackson County, whatever. If you can, at the sound of the tone, please leave your, no, I'm sorry. This is the text. Okay. The voicemail is different. Let me just tell you the voicemail. Hey, this is Joe with XYZ Investing Company. Thank you for calling. If you have a vacant lot for sale in Jackson County, Virginia, please leave your name and number and the letter reference ID on that letter, and we will send you an offer right away. Again, leave your name and number and that letter reference ID, and we'll send you an offer. That is it. That's our complicated, sophisticated, fancy voicemail. Okay. The way we set it up in FreedomSoft sends them a text automatically back right away that says, hey, thanks for calling about the vacant lot for sale in Jackson County. Or, yeah, that's what it says. And says, what's the letter reference ID in your letter? Why do we do that? Because a lot of times if they call, they may not leave a message, or we didn't understand or hear their message, whatever. It sends them a text back right away. I'd say about half the time they respond back with a text. Then we also send them another text. Hey, what's your email address? I'll email the offer to you. So why do we do that? Because we want their phone number, their email, and their address, because we're going to send an offer to every seller that calls, and we're going to follow up with them. So we do half to a third, 35 to 50% of our deals or more come from the follow-up. So we want the system to take care of all that for us. So inside of FreedomSoft, we have our number. It's all kept inside of this campaign. And I'll show you an example here in just a minute. You know what? I can't, because I'm streaming on YouTube, and YouTube will take my video down if they see. I've done this before. I'll show you my CRM, and I show you all the numbers and the person's names and phone numbers of my leads, and YouTube sees that and will turn down, will remove the videos for cyberbullying. But you know what? I can show you high level view of one of this is FreedomSoft. And if you go in here, I have phone numbers for all of my different counties. Okay. And I get them right inside of FreedomSoft. And if I go into my pipeline and my campaigns, this is one of the counties that we're going into. Let's look at Park County. So in Park County, I sent out 5,800 letters. This is a very competitive county and high-end county. And so my response rate was really low, 1.4%. But I got 3 of those 80 leads, 3 of them turned into properties, deals. And of those 3, we bought and sold 2. And the third one, I don't know if we've already sold yet or you've canceled it or whatnot. So we made a lot of money on it. And you can see we keep status track of all of this. Okay. Another campaign that is Putnam County, Florida. We sent out 2,993 letters. We got 90 leads, a 3% response rate, and 5 deals out of that. And so we can go in here and you can see, and if I click on these, I can't, because then YouTube will remove the video and it'll show you YouTube doesn't like it when you show people's names and personal information. I mean, good for them. They're doing something about our privacy, right? So when they call, leave a message, the system sends them a text back right away. What was that letter reference ID? And then we send another text that says, great, what was your email address? So we can email the offer to you. The great things, what do you mean those stats don't look very promising? Thomas, what are you talking about? What's not promising about that? Are you kidding me? You must not have done houses. Those 3% response rates are really good. Here's the numbers. I send 1,000, let's say I send 5,000 letters. I get a 3% response rate. I get 150 leads. And I send an offer to 90% of them. So I send 135 offers. I get 1 out of every 25 get accepted. That's 5 deals. I send 5,000 letters to get 5 deals. What is not good about that? Somebody's saying, no, but you got 3 deals out of 80. Okay, 80 divided by 3 is 1 deal out of every 26. I don't get it. Wow, maybe you misunderstood. Everybody's topping here. I'll take that all day long. That's an outstanding response rate. I do direct mail for a living, and we're happy if we get half of 1%. Somebody said, I don't get it, but that's only 3 deals out of 80 leads. That sounds really bad. No, that's really good. That means it's 1 deal out of every 26.7 leads. Okay, anyway. Maybe I misunderstood the comment here, or whoever made that comment misunderstood this. No, it's not 1 deal out of every 25 letters I send. It's 1 deal out of every 25 responses to my letters. So if I send 5,000 letters, that deal I was just looking at, right? If I send 5,000 letters, it's going to cost me about, and that might take a few months, right? 5,000 letters times 0.7. It's going to cost me $3,500, but I'm going to do 5 deals out of that. And if I average $8,000 on those 5 deals, I'm going to make $40,000 in profit. Would you spend $3,500 to make $40,000? If your answer is no, then you're in the wrong place. You need to get off the webinar and go trade crypto or something. Thank you, Andrew. Keep it moving. He says those are damn good numbers. Ross does blind offers. It takes him 673 offers to do 1 deal. Now that's a different Ross. I mean, you're still doing deals. Like, so your offers are different than my offers, right? Because he's doing blind offers. I'm doing offers of people who respond to my letters. Okay. So voicemail, super simple. I got to turn the chat off. Keep the questions coming in, because my team is looking at them and adding them to the Google Doc. So the leads come in, they leave a voicemail. Then what do? I'm going to show you some really cool things here. I'm going to listen to the voicemail. I'm going to send them a text back, like I already showed you. And hey, what's your email address? Because I want to now send the offer to the seller of by text, by email, and in the physical mail. So I always send the offers to the seller. And how do you calculate an offer? It's really simple. Don't overthink it. I just do 25% of the average values. And the software does this for you. Now, comp reports. This is what you get. You get 10 of these free per month if you're a student. You tell us, hey, I got a seller that responded positively to my offer. And we will then pull you a comp report like this that we get from Price. Now, you can get these yourself, but we'll do them for you if you want from Price. And we'll send you a I'll show you later. It's a due diligence report. Here's a, okay. So let me show you what you'll get. And this is, they respond back. They say, yeah, you know what? It's worth 10 grand. I send them an offer for 2,500 and they say, yeah, I'll take it. This is the comp report. Okay. Let me rewind. All right. Sorry. Let me rewind a little bit. Let's say I go after, this is Charlotte County, Florida. And I send an offer to everybody that owns a 1/4 acre to 20 acres. It says, hey, do you want to sell your land? Please text or call this phone number. That goes to voicemail. It goes into FreedomSoft. I don't have to buy third-party numbers from somewhere else. It goes into FreedomSoft. The system sends them back a text right away. Hey, what's your letter reference ID? And what's the email address? They leave their letter reference ID. Then I go to my list and I pull the property up and I'm going to send them an offer. This is kind of where it starts. So this is a property in Port Charlotte, Florida. This is the APN number. Okay. It gives me the GPS coordinates. It gives me the property information, public records. It gives me the pricing analysis breakdown. This is 0.51 acres. Okay. And it's telling me the suggested market price is about 34 grand. I take this with a grain of salt, but it's going to get me into the ballpark. Now, this comp report, again, you get 10 of these free a month that we will give to you. You can get them yourself if you want with a priced subscription. So what you see here is right here is for sale comps. These are all the for sale comps of similar sized properties within a half-mile radius that are currently listed for sale. Okay. And this, you can see here the price per acre. It ranges from 57,000 to 400,000 price per acre. Here's the sold comps. Sold comps range from 65,000, 57,000 an acre up to 314,000 an acre. So typically the way the algorithm works is we remove the really high ones and the really, really low ones to get a median figure. Okay, but those are the sold comps. Now we're going to scroll down a little bit more to here. This report, by the way, gives you some really cool stuff. It gives you the for sale comps, the sold comps, and it gives you the slope, the overview of the slope, which is never a big deal in Florida, the slope breakdown, and then it also gives septic system area, kind of a breakdown for septics, perk test or whatever. The road coverage, does it have roads, how much? And then this is what I want to show you right here. This is the offer price appendix. I'm gonna have to zoom out a little bit. So this gives, there's four main columns here: the percent of market value, county offer, city offer, and geo-adjusted offer price. So when we use price to help us come up with offers based on each individual lead that comes in, and this is where we start. So based on the county, all of the comps in the whole county, you should offer this. Based on all of the comps in that city, so if whatever that vacant lot has as a mailing city, it gives you the comps for the city. So one county might have 20 cities. But then they have an algorithm, artificial intelligence, so that's the new word, buzzword now, but geo-adjusted. So there's three different pricing here based on the county, big county, small city, smaller even still, geo-adjusted. And I like to be right here in that 25% line. So now look, I've got three numbers here. The county pricing is, they're saying I should offer, I'll zoom in, on this particular property, if I'm doing 25%, on county pricing, I should offer $10,194. For city pricing, I should offer $11,723, or geolocation pricing, I should offer $8,657. You with me? All right, so I'm going to look at these three numbers. I'm going to go with the lowest. That's it. This is where I'm going to start from. So I'm going to write that number down right here next to my billion-dollar lottery number, 8657.49. Remember, this is half an acre. So 25%, I'm going to offer 8,700, maybe. Let's go look at Zillow then to see, well, does that make sense? I'm going to look at what do I think I could sell this property for. Let me go back to the very top. This is in a 33948. 33948. So I go to Zillow. This is a zip code where this property is located. I want to look at for sales because I want to see, I'm mainly looking at what is my competition, lots, land only. And I want 1/4 acre to 1 acres. And I'm going to sort by price, low to high. Now these are 1/4 acres. Okay. Oh, this is so cool. I found a different tool here. I was just sharing this with my students the other day. Oh, this is so cool. Wait till you see this. What was that zip code again? 33948. 33948. I'm going to go to realtor.com. 33948. Port Charlotte, Florida. I'm going to go just land. Cool. More filters. I want lot size. I want 1/4 acre to 1 acre. All right. So there are, 134 little lots there. You know what I might do instead, since there's so many? I might say, let's look at half acre to 1 acre. There's only 12 results. I don't know. Because what if there's a 0.4 acre? Let's do quarter acre to 1 acre. 134 results. And I'm going to sort by lowest price. I want the lowest ones first. Now, these are actives. I'm not concerned yet with solds. But I'm looking at this thinking, I want to sell my property the fastest. So if it's a half acre, what's the median price per acre here? A lot of quarter acre lots, right? So you'd think mine might be about double. All right, but check this out. I've found this new tool here. I'm going to clear all, save all. This is from Pebble. But check this out. My median, the average price here of all of these properties. So this tool went and scraped all of these properties from this page right here, okay? And it's telling me the median price per acre that these are listed for is $88,145 an acre. $88,145. So if I go to calculator, go 88,145 times 0.51. So they're saying my property is worth about $44,953. I don't know. I don't like that. I'm going to multiply that times 75 times 0.75. I'm going to sell mine. I'm going to sell my property for $30,715. All right. So do you understand what I just did there? I know I'm kind of walking through those numbers fast. I went to this realtor.com. I looked up all these properties. I clicked this button here and it gives me the median price per acre. So I took that median, I did whatever the smaller one of the median and the average. I took 88,145 times 0.51 acres. So that tells me based on the actives, my property at half an acre is worth about it's worth about $44,953. So I'm going to sell mine at 75% of that. So I'm going to advertise my property for $33,715. And if I take that number, $33,715 times 25%, I'm going to offer $84.29. I'm going to offer $84.29. What did comp price tell me to offer here? Remember this? I said I was going to offer $86.57. You hear? Somebody's texting me that they're here. Okay, so really close. Now I'm going to offer $86.57. I'm going to sell it for $33. What is my profit? Let's get my calculator out again. I'm going to sell it for $33,715. I'm going to buy it for $86.57. That's $25,000 gross profit. I'm going to pay a realtor about 10%. So I'm going to subtract $3,000, and I'm going to have about $2,000 in closing costs. So I'm going to make $20,000 on that deal. I'm going to make $20,000 on one deal. Or would you spend $5,000 in marketing to make $20,000 in profit on a deal? Yes. Okay. So super cool. So when a property comes in, priced may say to offer $8,600, but I'm just going to look and compare. Well, okay, if I offer $8,600 and I want to make at least $20,000 profit, is that going to work? So I'm looking here at Zillow for active listings. I could also go in here and look at solds. All right, show me all of the ones that sold in the last 6 months. Okay, I'm seeing that they're selling for whatever. Sometimes this thing works on Zillow, sometimes it doesn't. See, it found 0 on this page. All right, you guys with me? Type with me. Are you with me on the chat? Say yes. This is pure science dough. Joe. Come on. All right. All I'm showing you is like, we're making offers at 25 cents on the dollar. I want to see what are similar properties currently actively selling for. I want to list mine for 75% of that because I want to be the cheapest one. So I figure, all right, I'm going to sell my property for 33 grand. I'm going to make my offer 25% of that. Boom. I'm going to offer 8,500 bucks. I'm going to get one out of every 30 of those offers accepted. And then I'm going to turn around and sell them. Now, did you notice in this area of Florida, a lot of activity? I'm going to use a realtor. On the more expensive properties, I'm going to use a realtor. The cheaper ones, I'll do it myself. Not a big deal. All right. Now, I don't always list with a realtor. I do sometimes. Basically, no holding costs. Right, Tracy, why? Why are there no holding costs on this deal? Because I'm advertising it for that 3 months that I have for due diligence. I have 90 days to close on it. Yeah. Oh, good question right here. How do you pick a realtor? You guys see my screen right here? Guess what I'm looking at? I'm looking at all the properties. There's 57 that have sold in this little zip code in that range in the last 6 months, right? If I click on one of these, scroll down, is listed by Alexander Mayer. Sometimes you see who the buyer's agent was. This property listed by Matthew McCutcheon and bought with Soul. So I'm going to call every single one of these realtors. I'm going to first call Soul here. And hey, do you have any other buyers looking for more land in this area? This property. On Zillow, still just all this is free. Scroll down. Oh. Sometimes you see who the realtor was. Sometimes you don't. Here you go. Listing provided by Feng Wu with a phone number. Do you smell what I'm stepping in? I'm going to call 20 of these agents. I'm going to say, hey, this is Harry Nguyen. Harry Nguyen. Is your client looking for more deals like this in this area? Do you have any buyers looking for more properties here? If you were to sell my property, I'd pay you 10% commission. You wouldn't be interested in that, would you? So on vacant land, I'll pay 10% of the sale price. On the bigger properties, I'll pay them 10% commissions and maybe 5% of my profits. I want them to do all the work. The other thing I like to do is I like to go to Land Watch. And who are the realtors that are actively advertising in the sponsored areas, right? Like Craig. I don't know if he's a realtor or no, he's an investor. But when you go to Land Watch, whatever county that you're in, look for the realtors that are paying for these sponsored listings, like Micah. And when you list with him, you want to be on the sponsored listings in Land Watch, the land websites, right? So contact him to see if he would list your property and make 10%. And you look, he's got a bunch of them here. He specializes in land. So I'm looking for the realtors that are specializing in land. All right, awesome. Back to the mind map. That comp report is really cool. So when a seller, they listen to your voicemail, they leave a letter reference. Let me show you something else. What does the list look like? Let's just go into one of my counties here, Park County. So I pulled this list from Priced for Park County. We mailed it, I don't know, 5-6 months ago. And so now I'll just zoom out here so you see it all. I got this big spreadsheet of all this information that I pulled. I think I pulled from Park County. Now, Park County is a very competitive area. I pulled 6,900 people. I got a very low response rate, but I still did several deals out of it. So I have the letter reference ID. So if a seller says on the voicemail or the text, yeah, the letter reference ID was Park 1760. Park 1760. Okay, cool. So this is the number they called. And I can go in here and I can see who the owner on record was, their mailing address, the property address, the acres, the GPS coordinates, the property subdivision, the legal description, the county assessed values. And then priced will tell me you should, the taxes, $116 a year. And priced is saying that you should offer about $3,000 on this. Okay, so that's where I start from. And then I go in and I look at it on Zillow, on Realtor.com, on Redfin, and they go, all right, well, if I did buy it for $3,000, would I be able to really sell it for 12? If I look at it and say, man, I could probably only sell it for 10, then I take 10 grand divided by 4 or times 25%. I'm going to offer $2,500 instead of $3,000. Okay. Now, the other cool thing about these comp reports that we give you, these comp reports that we give to our students up to 10 a month will give you a link, a thing that you can open up in Google Earth. And when you open it up in Google Earth, it'll show you your subject property and it'll show you all of the comps and on the map. The yellows are solds that are similar and the reds are properties that are for sale. And so in Google Earth, you can click these things and it'll tell you what they're selling for. So you can kind of see, all right, well, my property here was this and that. This one sold for 17. This one sold for 43. This one's currently for sale for 34. You can kind of get a feel for what's out there. Does it make sense? This is really important to understand. I want you to pick this up. You can only sell homes people want, or vacant lots. You can only sell vacant lots that people want to buy. So when you're looking for vacant land in an area, you want to be the cheapest. You need to start from there. So if everything's selling for 15, you want to sell yours for 10. I suggest 75%. So if you see everything is currently listed for 15 grand, take 15 grand times 75%. You want to list yours for 11,250. Then that's what you're going to sell yours for. You want to then take that number times 25%. You're going to offer $2,800. Makes sense? Okay. You can pull those comp reports yourself with Priced, or if you're a student, you can send an email to support@joemccall.com and our VAs will send that, we'll give that comp report to you. Okay, back to the mind map. Where'd it go? Here it is. Okay, I talked about that. Here is the letter that we send to the sellers. They leave a voicemail. We ask for their email. So we're going to then text them this letter that's 2 pages here. We're going to text this to them, email it to them, and send it in the physical mail to them. Super important. We want to send it to them all 3 ways. Gavin, if you need more than 10, you can buy them from Priced with your own Priced subscription. I don't know how much it costs. You have to ask them. Here's the cover letter. You put the dollar amount in here. Got your information. A lot of our contracts come back. The seller just takes a picture of it with their phone, and texts it back to us. And that image comes in the text inside of FreedomSoft. Okay. Then they can email it to us. They can mail it to us, whatever. And this is our 1-page contract. Really simple. We're going to buy it as is. This agreement is assignable. The buyer's performance in buying this property is contingent on a satisfactory due diligence of the property. There's no closing date. It just says closing will be within 90 days of the agreement being accepted and signed by both the buyer and the seller. The seller grants any extension needed. Closing may be extended an additional 30 days at buyer's request if we're still performing due diligence. Nowhere in here is an earnest money deposit. Titles to be clear. This offer will become a binding agreement when accepted and signed by both. If it's not, so this is the expiration date. The buyer is agreeing to purchase the property to sell, to lease, or resell for a profit. Buyer and seller agree that the buyer is not intending to occupy the property. Seller understands the buyer are not earning any fees or commissions. Seller should not expect representation from buyer. The seller agrees that the buyer can market the property, including on the MLS, for buyers prior to closing. The buyer retains the right to terminate this agreement by delivering to the seller a written notice of cancellation. This is one of the best contracts. Now, I'm not a lawyer, get an attorney to review this and all that, but it's a very, very simple contract. And when we get it, then we text it to the seller, we email it to them, we send it in the physical mail, literally 5 clicks, and it does it all for us. It's all done inside of our CRM. So let me give you an example of what that looks like. Let's take this contract here. Let me just show you. Let's do a fake lead inside of Putnam County. All right. So I'm going to add a new lead in here. Billy Bob. And he calls and leaves a message. And the mailing address of the property is 123. No, there is no address. It's just Silly Street in Putnam City, Florida, in something zip code, and the county of Citrus. Save lead. Okay. So Billy Bob called, left a voicemail. The voicemails will show up right here. Voicemails and texts will all show up right here. And he says, yeah, the letter reference ID, I'll choose this deal type as land. The letter reference ID is, let's go to this. Well, never mind. Let's be Putnam -149-245-6923-43. We put in the APN number there. We think we could sell this thing for 15 grand. Price said to offer 8 grand, but that's too high. We think we can sell it for 15 grand. I'm going to get my calculator. Take 15,000 divided by 4. We're going to offer 37.50. Okay. So I'm going to do 3. I'm just going through this really fast. And my VAs typically do all of this. And let's say it's 1.5 acres. There is road access. Not worried about that. So this is stuff, you put in the legal description, the GPS coordinates, the Google map link, the map right link, etc. And we're going to tell them this offer has to be accepted by the 20th. And we will close within 3 months, 1, 2, 3, depending on the paperwork. Sometimes some of our contracts have the closing date. Sometimes they don't. Cool. All right. So, we need to put in the, we have that. We need to put in the address of the owner right here. Billy Bob, 123 Main Street, Des Moines. The state is Iowa, 50265. Okay. So we have information on the owner, and we text the owner, by the way, and we say, he sent us a text. In fact, no, it's not going to work. I'm just going to say, hey, got your voicemail. We have an offer to send. What is your email? All right. This is my Google Voice number. I'm going to go into Google Voice, find that text. And I'm going to put in one of my emails here. All right. Just sent the response. Let me refresh. It takes a minute. Oh, you know what? This may not work because I've got that same phone number in another lead. Shoot. All right. Well, because I use that same phone number in another lead somewhere else, the text response went to that other lead, but the response to that would go right here. You can see the response. It was right there, but that's going into another lead in another. Oh, wait a sec. I have 2 leads in the same campaign from the same phone number. All right. Well, let's go back to Billy Bob here. Here's Billy Bob. And he says the email is such and such. So I can put that email right here. Okay. So now I want to generate a contract. By the way, I'm going to confirm that I have permission to message them. And I'm going to go right here to generate document. I want to create a contract. And this is what we help all of our students set up. We'll pick the contract, click next step. Look at all this, looks good. Next step. Here's that cover letter. We'll pay you $37.50. Here's the one. We use a little different contract than this is the older version of it, actually. Okay. Click complete. It's generating this. Now, I'm going to go here to lead details. I can change the status. I don't want to go too deep into this, but when you click on these different statuses, it triggers some follow-up automation on there. So I'm not going to worry about that yet right now. But here's the attachment. This contract just generated. Cool. And so now it's got my information in here, the cover letter, the one-page contract. So I'm going to copy this URL up here. I'm going to copy that, go back into FreedomSoft, and I'm going to text this guy, Billy Bob. I click on his number, click on text. Hey, Billy Bob, here is the offer we're sending in the mail. And I just pasted that long URL right there. So I just texted Billy Bob that link. I'm also going to email it to Billy Bob. I got to come up with a better name, Billy Bob. I click on his email address. I'm going to click on the attachment right there. So it attached it down here. And I have an email template right down here called, there it is, land offer email. Okay. So it merges in all the fields. It comes from my business, land business email. Okay. And I click send email. So now I texted him the offer and I emailed him this offer. Now I'm going to send it in the physical mail. To do that, I click on email. I have a contact called MailBot. And I have an email template called email to mail. Okay. Now, if I click on send email, what it's going to do is it'll send an email to Click to Mail. Click to Mail will print this attachment from the email and send it to whoever is in the subject line. And I click send email and it's done. So just like that, I've sent the offer by text, by email, and in the physical mail to the seller. I go to lead details. I change the status to offer number 1 sent. And when I do that, it triggers some automation. So in 3 days, it'll send a seller a text saying, hey, just want you to know and follow up. We sent you an offer. You should get it in the mail the next day or two. Let me know if you have any questions. And it creates another task for us to send another offer to that seller in 30 days. So it creates some tasks here. Send an offer, my VA to send an offer in 30 days. And also in 2 weeks, we send the seller a slide dial. It's just a personalized voicemail. Hey, just following up. We haven't heard back from you. Did you get the offer that we sent in the mail? Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and complete these. I'm going to mark this as, I'm going to change the phone number here. And I'm going to mark this as, you know what? I'm just going to delete this lead because it's going to screw up my other things. So I'm going to delete this. Do you understand? Do you have any questions about that? What I just did? So with a few clicks, I create the offer, send it to the seller in 3 ways: text, email, and the physical mail. And now I'm going to be following up with that seller every day, every month rather, until they sell it. Hold on 1 second. There's another ladybug right here. Love ladybugs. Okay, I'm out in the country and we get a lot of ladybugs that come out here. Are we cool? Do you understand this? Any questions about all this, what I'm showing you? Good question from TG. Do you do electronic signatures with DocuSign? No, but you know what? You could. Look right here. You could do sign. And inside of FreedomSoft, you can do digital signatures right from here. Billy Bob. And I could add another signer, Joe McCall. I can put his email. Okay. I could assign signing order, who signs it first. And then I click next. It's preparing the document. Cool. And now I can drag the signature. I do this all inside of FreedomSoft. Billy Bob. And the date goes right there. It's Billy Bob. It's required. And then I do drive another signature down here, and that's going to be Joe McCall. It's required, yes or no. And then I also would drag the date over here for Joe. Okay. And I click from then here, I click on the review and send. It reviews it. And so instead of using DocuSign or HelloSign or any of those other third parties, you can do all of your digital signatures here. Okay. Cool. Are we good? Once we get the contract back, if we decide then we're going to buy it, what happens next? I'll talk about that in a minute. We don't send it to the title company yet if they accept it. So we follow up then every 30 days, and it's really, really important that you follow up with all of your offers, because most of your deals, that's half of your deals are going to come from the follow-up. So it's really critical that you do a lot of follow-up. All right, now, due diligence. What's involved with due diligence? This is where you just decide if you want to buy it or not. Do you think you could sell it quickly? Remember, you've got 3 months to due diligence. If you can back out of deals, no big deal. The main thing that we look out for is access. Is there road access? Is there terrain access? Let me show you one of these deals. Let's look at one here. This is Park County, Colorado. I have a software that I use called MapRight. Let me get, all right. So this is the APN number. No, this is the APN number right here. All right, let's go to MapRight. I want to see what this property is like. I'm going to go create a new map. Colorado, get started. MapRight is just one of the tools I recommend. I'm going to click on parcel ID, Park County. I'm going to copy and paste that APN number. Boom. Larry owns this property. Zoom out. Does it have road access? Looks like it. Cool. See all the owner's information over here on the left. I click on 3D. I can see if this area is on a hill or it's flat. This one looks pretty good. And I can zoom around. You can see the area here. This is a very flat, deserty area in between the mountains. It's beautiful. It's got road access. Super cool, right? That's with a tool I use called MapRight. I can also go in and I can see from here, I can choose different base maps. I can look at Street View, Topo, different satellite views, Google, Hex Aerial, and stuff. I can also look at overlays. I can look at if it's in a floodplain or not. Now, this area is a floodplain for whatever reason. And I highly doubt that. Maybe once a year, river on snow melt. I don't know, but that's floodplain. You can do wetlands. If there was any wetlands, it goes through there. So this must be dried out riverbed that when it rains really hard, or maybe in the spring for when the snow melts, water goes through here. I don't know. So this tells you then, based on where your property is, if it's wetland, floodplains, what does the terrain look like? And you can also go in to see who the owners are, right? I forget where mine was, but you can see, you can pull up all this information on who the owners are, send them a letter. Hey, would you be interested in buying property right next to yours? Make sense? The technology is just amazing. You see why you can do this from anywhere in the world. I could be doing deals from Prague, the Czech Republic, which I have. We just go there. We go there a lot. Is there a filter for previous wildfires? No. But Paul, if there was an area that had previous wildfires, do you think that would show up in our search for areas that have a lot of recent solds? Probably not. But if there are a lot of recent solds in an area where there was fire damage, that's a good sign. Okay. Now, some of these software and tools that I show you, you don't have to get. I'm just showing you the shortcuts that I use. So we're looking to see, does it have road access? What's the terrain like? Is it in floodplain, wetlands? Are there taxes and liens? Who's on title? What are the comps? Okay. I showed you what that looks like a little bit. What are the utilities? Are there HOA restrictions? Now, some of the tools that we use and recommend, we use MapRight as one of them. And you can get VAs to do the due diligence. Now, this is what a due diligence report looks like that our VAs will do for you if you're a student of ours. This is crazy. They'll get all of this information and send it to you. They will call the county. They will get information. They find out who the owner's name is, GPS coordinates, the assessed values. Is there access to the property? Is it dirt or paved road? Is there any structure on the property? What's the closest major city? Closest major town. They'll give you all the websites for the assessor, the treasurer, the recorder, the zoning and planning commission, the county health department, phone numbers for the assessors, and all of this stuff, phone numbers and websites. Are there back taxes on the property? They'll call the county, and the RVAs will say, well, I tried contacting them, but I'm getting the voicemail. I also sent an email, but their reply is still directing me to go online. I searched online, but no outstanding amount. So you can look on the websites to see if there are previous taxes that are owed. My VAs already do that. How much is the annual property taxes? $98 a year is our HOA. The seller, the owner, recording department said no active HOA. That's good. How much are the dues? There are none. What's the zoning on the property? Residential, terrain, scrub forest, property use code. Is the property buildable? Yes. What can be built on the property? They find out. Can you go camping? Yes, but you need a camping permit. It's limited from May to October. Are RVs allowed? Yes, but you need camping permit. Are mobile homes allowed? No. County does not allow mobile homes. Can you build a tiny house? Yes, but can't be permanent. It can be used for camping only. Do you see all this? I mean, this is what? And then the cool thing is you take this information and you can give it to your buyers when you're advertising the property. Is the property in a flood zone? Not in a flood zone. Utilities, they give you who the utility electric companies are, the utility, gas, water, waste, their septics, all of this stuff. Is this amazing? This is included. Our VAs will give you up to 10 of these a month. MapRight, I don't know, it's $10 a month. It's super cheap if you get MapRight. Okay. Now you decide this looks good. I want to advertise a property. Where do you do this? We put the property on your website. We'll give you a website for free, by the way. FreedomSoft gives websites. Let me back out of here. Settings, websites. These are some of my demo websites. Okay. And you can go in and edit all of this and list your properties for sale on here. So we'll help you set up and build your FreedomSoft website for free. Facebook. You can put your properties on a Facebook page. Some land investors I know don't even have a website. They just put everything on their Facebook page. You can put it on Facebook Marketplace, local groups, state groups, national groups. Okay. You can put it on Craigslist, Zillow for sale by owner, and different land websites. So we get most of our leads from land.com and landflip.com. All right. We send letters to the neighbors. We get deals, sell deals a lot with that. What do you do with our buyer leads? All of our buyer leads go into FreedomSoft. So we set up different campaigns for buyers. So when they call or email or ask questions, they get put in our database. Then when we get other properties in the future in that area, we can text them and email them about our new properties. You can find local land investors to partner with. You can partner with other students in our Facebook group on land deals. You can hire local realtors to do all of this for you. I just showed you a little bit ago, how do you find those realtors? Well, you just go into your area, you go to solds last 6 months, you look up all these properties that sold, and you find out who was the realtor that listed this property or who brought Harry Wynn brought a buyer, call him up. Riley Kuntz listed this, call him or her up. Okay. The company is called Get Land Florida. Sounds like they do a lot of land deals. Okay. Whew, this is good stuff. So, typically I'd say this, you don't want to use a realtor unless the property is at least, 30 grand. Unless a realtor can make at least 3 to 5 grand on a deal, they're probably not going to be interested in selling it. Okay. Under 30 grand, you can just list it and sell it yourself. You can also hire VAs. There's companies I give in my course where they can create your ads for you. For $25, you can have a virtual assistant create all your ads and pictures and all of that. Pretty cool. Now, when you sell the deal, you can double close. You can assign the deals. Sometimes we just buy them. We use private money. We use investors. Some of my students lend me money on deals. Some students lend other students money on deals. You can use your own money. You can use private money. There's funding companies. I have a student that made 13 grand, 12 grand recently with a funding company. In the course, we give you different funding companies that you can use if you had to close on it. Our average profits range from 3 grand to 20 grand. This is why it's so important to buy right. You make your profits when you buy, not when you sell. What is Marketplace Pro, Donnie? Okay. Here's the important thing though. You only close and buy the deal if and when you know you have another buyer that you can sell it to. Make sense? Where do you find the money if you want to close on the deal before you advertise? A lot of our students go ahead and just close on it because we're buying these things for so cheap anyway. And in the course, I also show you how to get business credit cards that you could use just temporary for a month or 2 months to close on the property, turn around and then sell it. Where do you find the money if you needed it? Bring the deal to me. We might partner or fund the deal. There's various land funding companies. Sometimes though, they take a lot of profit out of the deal. So that may work. It may not. There's also business credit cards, private investors, Facebook groups. You can do these deals inside of a self-directed IRA. Ingrid, great question. Great question. Cool. We use a nationwide closing company that is in the course that can close all of your deals nationwide. They can help you with the creative stuff like assignments, novations, double closes if you want. Very easy to outsource. And I don't recommend self-closing your deals. I recommend using a title company. And if you decide to sell with owner financing and collect payments, there's simple tools and software that can manage all of that for you. There's even companies that can do all of the payments for you as well. Virtual assistants, what can VAs do for you? VAs are very, very important. I highly recommend and use VAs, a lot of VAs. They can send offers for you. They can do your follow-up. They can do the research. They can create the ads. They can handle all your buyer leads. It's very important you find good VAs and train them for you, okay? Now, how are we doing so far, guys? Is this good? Type in the chat. Has this been good or not? Doug's got a good question. How do you determine if there's problems on the property? A lot of different ways. Usually when we, remember, I don't buy the property until I have at least somebody else go look at it. So we'll hire somebody to go take pictures of it, do drone footage. They'll tell us if there's something wrong with it. When we have buyers that go look at it, they'll tell us if something's wrong with it. If there's a bunch of tires have been dumped on the property, the first buyer that goes and looks at it is going to probably tell us that. No, I'm not interested. There's too much junk on the property. Well, guess what? Well, what are you talking about? Yeah. Or the drone footage photographer will tell us, or the realtor will tell us. And then we go back to the seller, either cancel it or renegotiate a lower price, figure out how much it'll cost to, fix all of that if we have to. Good. I like the feedback. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. What is a virtual assistant? A virtual assistant is somebody usually from the Philippines or South America, that can do work for you for very cheap. They're an assistant that's virtual. Now everybody's virtual. So, all right. Now, we good here? Great. You may say, Joe, this sounds really easy. Sounds great. Is it really that easy? Yes. Someone just texted me, a good friend. Sam or Dana, will you please remind me, Matt, my good friend Matt Bell? I'm not sure if he's on here. I told him we'd hook him up. I'm going to hook all of you up. You all are my friends. Thank you. I just didn't want to forget. He just texted me and he has my cell phone number, and I think he's watching this. So I don't want to forget. Okay. Remember again, guys, if you are a current land student, I'm doing this case study that starts January 24th. You get access to all of the recordings of that when we're done. All right. Chad, it seems very overwhelming because I've gone through this so fast. I understand it does. But in the case study, I'm going to go through it very slowly. I'm going to spend 1 week on an entire module. I just spent a couple hours on the entire program. I'm going to be giving you 1 week to go through one simple module here. Okay. So if it does seem overwhelming to you, I get it, but it's because I'm going through this so fast. Of course, it's going to be overwhelming. This is why you need the case study, because I'm going to be breaking it down into 6 weekly modules. I'm going to be releasing the class on a Tuesday. Gives you a couple days to go through it and implement it and come back to me with your questions on Thursday. All the tech stuff, we're going to set that up for you. We're giving you a business in a box. The research, we have VAs that will do that for you. The pulling the list, doing the direct mail, we have a company that will do that for you. Okay. Does that make sense, guys? Trust me on this. This is way easier than houses. Way easier than houses. All right. So you may say, Joe, this is great. Sounds easy. It's actually, there's some important things you need to be aware of. 6 roadblocks that if you don't understand, you're going to get in trouble. Number 1 is selecting the right counties. If you pick the wrong counties, guys, you are going to be wasting a ton of money on marketing, and nobody's going to respond to your mail. But if you pick the right counties, you're going to get more leads, you're going to close more deals, you're going to make more money, right? So it's really important that you pick the right counties. The other thing is setting up the tech stuff. It can be overwhelming, just like a few of those people said there. And if you don't have the right tools, or if you don't set them up right, and if you're completely overwhelmed, you're going to get frustrated for spending tons of money on tools, on money, on marketing that you don't use or know how to use. And it's going to be really sad. You're not going to be happy about that. You're not going to look like you know what you're doing. It's going to be harder to sell your deals because you don't know how. But if you set up the tech stuff the right way, if you let us set it up for you, you can do this business working 10 hours a week. You're only going to be spending a few minutes evaluating each deal, sending offers. Let the system send the offers for you. Now, here's the thing. You may not want to send the offers through FreedomSoft. Okay, this is what I tell my students to do. Here's a contract. This is how easy it is. Okay. If you're overwhelmed, stop it. It doesn't need to be that hard. Get a bunch of these contracts, print them with the blanks, get a pen, and fill in the blanks. Get an old-fashioned envelope, fold it, put it in the envelope, write the address on the envelope, put a stamp, send it. That's it. All this techie stuff, you don't need it. It helps. When it comes to sending contracts that will make you $11,000, this is a deal I did with my son, and just print a bunch of blank contracts. I am taking away your excuses and your reasons to fail. No more. Okay. I'm going to give you a duplicatable system business in a box. The roadblock you might come into is getting the money to buy your deals. If you don't have the money to buy your deals, you're going to lose out. Someone else will buy them. You're going to be wasting all this money on marketing. So you've got to be able to move fast when you get a good deals. But if you don't have the money, don't worry about it. If you don't have the money to worry about, you'll have one less thing to worry about. You're going to have more confidence when you're making offers to the sellers, and your confidence will show to realtors and buyers and sellers. Now, what if you don't pull the right lists of sellers and you're not sending the right letters? You guys need to hit the ground running fast. So stop wasting time trying to pull the right list and overanalyze, making sure you're sending the right letters at the right price, and all of this details and fancy stuff is. It's important that you pull the right lists. So we're going to show you in the course how to pull the right list, how to not pull the wrong list. And if you don't want to do it, we'll do it for you. Just let us know what counties you want. Okay. The other big roadblock is, how do you know if you're going to make a good offer on the property? You need to make sure you're making good offers. You need to know if it's a deal that you can actually close on, and you don't want to get stuck with a bad deal. How do you know? This is one of the great things about this case study that I'm doing. I'm doing something brand new called office hours. And on Wednesdays for 6 weeks, you get to come in. I'm going to be letting anybody in who wants to come in. Bring me your deals, and I'll show you how I would evaluate it. We'll pull up price. We'll pull up MapRight. We'll pull up these tools, these free ones, these premium ones, whatever. Pull it up, look at it, and show you how I would analyze the deal and how I would send the offer. Very simple. Now, if you don't have the right mentor, you're going to get stuck and not have a way to get your questions answered, because you're going to have questions. If you don't get good answers, you're going to lose out on the good deals. You're going to get frustrated and discouraged. You need someone in your corner who has your best interests at heart and who understands you. If you don't have these things, you're going to fail in this business, which is why I created the Simple Land Flips and why I can virtually guarantee your success. Okay. So I have a case study that starts January 24th that resolves and answers and fixes all of those roadblocks. Okay. So I'm going to go. Is it okay with you if I walk through this again? I feel like I've taught you guys so much. It's been awesome and amazing. Let me ask you now, where do we go from here? First of all, again, is it okay if I talk about my program in this case study again? Type in yes. If I get a bunch of no's, then I won't talk about it. Okay, good. The yeses are coming in. Okay. All right. So where do we go from here? You feel confident enough? I showed you guys practically everything. Well, take this knowledge and run with it. Go ahead. You know how land flipping works, but let me give you some words of caution. As with most things in life, when it comes to doing land deals, by the way, I'm going to turn my webcam off so you have more screen in Zoom. As with most things in life, when it comes to doing land deals, success is going to be found in the details, right? Just because you know how the game of football is played doesn't mean you can walk out onto the field and win a Super Bowl. And so it's no different here. What I've just shared with you today are the rules for increasing your cash flow and decreasing the overwhelm. And it took me years of dedicated study and practice to really master this art. And it was worth it, right? Learning this land strategy is what allowed me to go from being an overworked, frustrated investor trying to do a bunch of houses to finding the easiest and fastest way to do deals and make real cash flow. Starting a real estate business it's so easy that my sons could do it with me. All right. But I studied, practiced every night for 2 to 3 hours for years, learning this business, learning these strategies. I spent a ton of money on my education. I made a lot of mistakes. And the bottom line is you just cannot skip the process, right? If you want to become a doctor, you've got to go through med school. If you want to make money doing land deals, you got to learn how to pick the right markets, evaluate deals, make offers, do the follow-up, sell your deals, etc. Right? Then you got to learn how the systems work. You need to create a team that can do all the legwork and heavy lifting for you. And then, okay, you do all of that. And where are you going to go when you have questions and you need help looking at a deal that you have? But 2 to 3 years is a long time. And after we've gone through this long class, I don't know what your confidence level is going to be right now when it comes to doing land deals on your own. 30%, 50%, 70%? Well, what would your confidence level be if I walked you through the entire process step by step and system by system? What would your confidence level be if I just held your hand and coached you through the entire land flipping process, and I simplified it all for you. Would that increase your confidence level to the 90, 100% range? And what if we could shorten your learning curve down from 3 years to just a few weeks? Well, today, guys, I'm going to give a few of you that opportunity, and here's what we're going to do. We're going to start together January 24th, doing land flip deals from start to finish together. And if you're interested, I'm going to give you a land flipping business in a box, and I'm going to personally coach you through the entire process. We are starting a brand new case study January 24th. We're going to do classes live on Tuesday, breaking down simple systems. You learn it from the first week, we're going to cover overview of the land deals, how business works, and how to pick the right counties. You're going to go do it, pick some counties, and then we're going to review on Thursday the counties that you selected. And we're going to answer all of your questions. That makes sense? Very simple. The next week, we're going to be talking about how to pull the lists and how to send the letters. Then the next week, we're going to be talking about how to work the leads and send the offers. Then we're going to be talking about due diligence and how to close the deals and sell them. So by the time we're done with this new case study, you're going to have a system in place that buys and sells your deals on autopilot. And if you complete the class, I'm going to refund your entire investment in this program. Is this for you? Well, if you're a beginner, experienced, you're looking for deals with a lot less competition, this is for you. If you're interested in learning a new strategy for doing deals without talking to sellers, this is for you. If you're looking for nice, consistent cash flow without the landlord headaches, this is for you. Maybe you've been trying wholesaling houses in the past, or you've tried crypto, or you've tried other businesses like Amazon drop shipping, network marketing, affiliate marketing. It's just not working out. Maybe this is for you. You want to do more deals. You're tired of spending so much money on marketing. It's not working like it should be. You want a more surefire way to make 10K in 10 hours. This program is specifically for you. Here's how it's going to work. We're doing a case study. It's going to be live starting January 24th. This is an implementation program. Yes, these classes will be recorded for sure, Bree. Yep. By the time we're done, you're going to have a complete land flipping business set up with you, for you. In other words, I'm going to help you set up your own land investing business step by step. The videos that I'm creating in the class are going to be recordings of my computer screen. I'm going to be doing this live, and I'm going to be walking you through all the steps to set up this virtual business click by click. Guys, a lot of this I'm going to be teaching you, but we're just going to be doing a lot of it for you. So don't get overwhelmed with this. But we're going to start at the very beginning and go through the entire process. We're going to go through the fast start guide, picking the right markets, setting up your systems, making the offers, due diligence, and selling the deals. So can you say yes to these things? Can you send a letter to a vacant landowner? Yeah. Can you listen to their voicemail and send them an offer? Can you put their information in the software, let it do all of your follow-up for you? Yep. Then you can start making money flipping vacant land. Now, obviously, there's more that goes involved with that, but that is as simple really as it gets. So today you're sitting here watching this class. You've seen these case studies that prove it works really well. And by now, I'm sure it's abundantly clear that joining Simple Land Flips will be one of the best decisions you've ever made. So if you're ready to start doing deals and making money, let's talk about how to get started in this. By the time you've completed the program, you should have a fully functional land flipping business making you money without the overwhelm. You should be getting a ton of motivated seller leads. You should be making simple, fast offers. It's not going to take you long. And you should have most of this business outsourced and automated. The systems we give you are going to do a lot of this for you. Or if you don't want to even sell them, just bring me your land deals and I'll buy them from you. How much does my course cost? I talked about it already. This program, this case study, sells for $49.97 on my website. If you go to joemccall.com, you can buy it for $5,000 there, and you won't even get all these bonuses I'm going to give you. Now, if that sounds expensive, it is. But keep this in mind. The way that you're doing deals now, where you're wasting all your money on marketing that's not working anymore, while you're working your 40, 50, 60 hour a week job, you're fighting all the competition, you're wasting all the time on the phone chasing sellers, when you could be making $5,000 to $10,000 on each land flip, it's costing you at least $10,000 a month. And if you just did one land deal a month, you could be making anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 in profits, depending on how many offers that you're making. And if you wanted one-on-one coaching from me, I charge $50,000 for one-on-one coaching. And it's worth every penny of that because I can 10X that investment easy. So is $49.97 worth it? Yeah, of course it is, right? You should be able to do one land deal a month. But if all you did was one deal in a year, it would cover the investment in this system. And the fact that you're still here watching this means that you're actually serious about the success of your business. So here's what I'm going to do. One of the biggest thrills in my life is getting emails and Facebook posts from students like you who have gone through my courses and have used it to change their lives. So if you're willing to invest in yourself today, I'm willing to invest in you. I'm going to take $2,500 out of my pocket and I'm going to invest that into you and your future success with Simple Land Flips. So right now during this webinar, for the next few minutes, I'm going to give you a $2,500 discount and reduce the price from $49.97 to just 3 payments of $9.97, or you can save $494 and pay $24.97. Okay. To put that into perspective, you just saw me demonstrate earlier how you can make $11,000 on a simple deal on a vacant lot in the middle of nowhere, Florida, sending texts and emails while on vacation in Colorado. That deal I showed you before, we were in Vail. And you saw me teach my 2 teenagers how to make over $150,000 in profits doing this very, very part-time. So would you invest $24.97 to acquire that ability and do the same thing? I hope so. Now, with that being said, there's a small catch. That $2,500 discount is only guaranteed for the next few minutes on the link or the button I'm going to be giving to you down below here in just a minute. Why a deadline? Because decisiveness is a trait that is shared by all successful entrepreneurs. Simply put, you cannot drive a parked car. You cannot build a business while sitting on a fence. So I want you to get off the fence and help you right now to decide to change your life and your future. So in addition to this $2,500 discount, I want to make this a completely safe decision for you without any risk whatsoever. So I'm going to give you an unprecedented guarantee that is unheard of in the industry. If you follow along for the first 30 days of the program, this case study that starts January 24th, if it's not a fit for you for any reason, just contact my support team. We'll get on the phone and we'll figure out how we can help you better. And if we can't, we will give you a 100% refund. But here's where things get really, really interesting. Believe it or not, I talked about this already. My goal here isn't to sell you a training program, and I'm going to prove that to you right now. Yeah, I want to do more land deals, but my ultimate goal is to turn you into a successful real estate investor who can make a lot more money doing deals. I want to increase your cash flow and decrease the overwhelm. I'm going to show you easy, simple ways to start making better cash flow. And I'm going to create an incredible new source of income and purpose in your life. So while I'm going to take you by the hand and show you exactly what to do in the Simple Land Flips course, in order for you to reach your goal, you must take action, right? So at this point, I'm confident that you're ready to get started and that you're serious about learning the skill set and that you're ready to take action, or else you still wouldn't be here. So I'm going to put my money where my mouth is, and I'm going to offer you a completion challenge. Follow along with the program, set up the marketing and the systems that you're going to need for Simple Land Flips, just like I'm going to show you how to do click by click. And once your land business is complete and set up and you've made at least 25 offers at any time over the next 6 months from when you start, let my team know, show us what you've done, and I will send you a check for the entire cost of my program. I'm going to take a little sip of water here to let that sink in. By the way, I'm seeing some comments here. We start on January 24th. If you can't make those Tuesday classes, they will be recorded and you can watch them. Go and implement them, and we'll come back. You can ask questions. I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. On Thursdays on that coaching call. So guys, in other words, I'm going to pay you to finish the program and change your life. And guess what else? I'm going to take away the risk even more. If you complete the business completion challenge and you don't get a deal under contract, in addition to refunding you the investment in the program, I'm going to refund you an additional $1,000 for your marketing and software costs if you don't get a deal under contract. But you have to give me your land leads because I know my team will do a deal with those leads. Okay? That means there's literally no way you can lose here, and I've taken away all the risk. Would you agree that this is an insane offer? But you've only got a few minutes that I'm guaranteeing that this will be available to take me up on this offer or leave it. So I've never seen anyone else willing to do this. So why am I? Because this is simple. I want to reward people who take action. And I know that if you finish the course, I'll have made such a massive impact in your life that you'll be a raving fan and a customer of mine in the future, right? And I'm going to get more testimonials, build more goodwill in the industry. So from my point of view, it's an investment in my most valuable asset, which is you, my customer. Plus, again, I'm hoping that I can do deals with some of you, or I can lend money and partner and JV on some of your deals. And if you can't do a deal with your leads, then I know my team can. Cool. So that means there's literally no way you can lose here. At a bare minimum, you've got 30-day money back guarantee to go through the entire program risk-free, or go through the course. Just implement it. Just make 25 written land offers. And even if none of them get accepted, if you just follow the steps in the course, I'm going to refund you 100% of your money back. And if you don't get a deal under contract using the business completion challenge, I will reimburse you an additional $1,000 in marketing costs, but you're going to have to give me the leads. Okay. That's how much I believe in simple land flips. Now, what do you need to do? Again, I'm seeing a lot of questions here in the comments. What do you need to do to complete the challenge? Go through the modules, participate, set up your systems. We have a scorecard we're going to give you for accountability. Submit your scorecard every week in the Facebook group. Report on your numbers. Show us that you've made at least 25 written offers to sellers who responded to your direct mail within 6 months. Give me a video testimonial, and that's it. That's it. You don't believe me? I showed you this before. I'm going to fly through this real quick. I promise I'll do it fast. These pictures, I got so many of them here. It takes a while to open up. Here we go. These are all people that have completed my courses and programs and got business completion challenge refund checks. I think I'm up to, I have 85 pictures, or 86, 87. And there's a lot more than these people because some people didn't send pictures. I already showed this to you before. That's why I'm going through it so slow. Love it. One more. Boom. Right? I've given over $235,000 in course completion challenge refunds, right? My goal is to give $1 million back. My philosophy is simple. If I can't make you money, then I don't deserve yours. But don't make this decision today. Try it out. Worst case, put it on a credit card, make that decision in 30 days. You either complete the course, get your money back. You don't even have to do a deal again, right? Just make some offers. Or you go through the course in a few days. If you don't like it for whatever reason, let us know. We'll refund your money. You can also let PayPal pay for it. Test it out for 6 months. When I give you this link here in a minute, you can apply for PayPal credit. You don't have to pay back. I think it depends on what you get approved for and how PayPal is doing it. But you have 6 months usually to pay it before you have to start making payments, or very minimal payments. But at the 6 months you complete the program, let us pay your PayPal bill for you. I'll pay your PayPal bill after you complete the course. If you qualify, you might be able to get 6 months, no interest or small payments or whatever. So on the checkout page here, click the PayPal button at simplelandclass.com/summit. simplelandclass.com/summit. I just put the link in there. And in a minute here, if you have any questions, I want you to respond. Text or call 636-249-1510, or send an email to support@joemccall.com. Because you may have, you want to put on multiple credit cards or something like that. So remember those 6 roadblocks, right? Selecting the right counties, setting up all the tech, getting the money to buy the deals. How do you pull the right seller list? How do you send the letters? How does all of that work? How do you know if you have a good deal or not? Not having the right mentor, et cetera. Well, number one, selecting the right markets. For everyone who signs up on this webinar, you get to schedule a one-on-one coaching call with me, and I'll review the counties that you pick. I'll answer all your questions, review your counties, make sure that you're ready to go. But this is guaranteed only for people that are on this webinar. And you have to go through the program first. After you go through the program, you can schedule the call with me. I'll review your counties, answer any questions that you have, et cetera. Okay. Now, setting up all the tech stuff, my team will set up everything for you inside of FreedomSoft. We'll set up the voicemails for you, the documents, the contracts, the land websites, the mail campaigns, the automation, et cetera. We will set up everything for you, and we'll give you 12 months of VA tech support, virtual assistants that I have. You can email them and they'll help you with my system and my setup. Okay. Funding. We have funding companies that we work with that will fund your deals. Sometimes I lend money on deals. Sometimes I buy deals. We have students in our Facebook group that will fund deals sometimes. And I even have a section in my course. I'll teach you how to raise over $500,000 in private money in 30 days or less. Okay. Pulling the seller lists, sending the letters. It's complicated, confusing, overwhelming. We'll do all your direct mail for you. We will do all your direct mail campaigns for you. You just set the budget, tell us how much to send, and we'll do that. The vendors we use will save you a lot of money and time. So don't worry about the direct mail. We'll just do it for you. Now, how do you know if you have a good deal or a bad deal? My team will give you 10 free comp reports and due diligence reports every month. So we'll pull from price. There's comp reports. Like I showed you before, it's 10 pages. All this for sale comps, sold comps, and then that table that shows you kind of what to offer. And the due diligence reports once you get them under contract. So just message my team, let us know. We'll give you the details on that. And these reports, again, include active comps, sold comps, owner information, county zoning, et cetera, et cetera. And I do every Wednesday, this is something new for this case study, I'm going to be doing office hours where I'm going to be going live every Wednesday in Zoom, in a private Zoom room, and you can submit your deals. I'll look at them and tell you what I would offer if I were you. So I'm going to start doing weekly office hour deal review calls. And these are only for people right now that are in this case study. This is only for people that are in the case study. Roadblock number 6 is not having the right mentor. I'm going to personally do weekly group coaching calls with you guys. If you miss a call, you can submit your questions in advance. If you know you can't be there, they're all recorded. We have a private Facebook group where you do 12 months of email support. And don't forget, everyone gets to schedule a one-on-one call with me. All right. Let's review all the bonuses that you get. We're going to give you a complete done-for-you marketing and system setup. We're setting it all up for you. You're going to get 30 days of Voxer access with me. When the case study's done, it starts Tuesday, January 24th. When it's done, I'm going to give you my Voxer ID, which is a walkie-talkie for your smartphone. And it's like having me in your back pocket. It's kind of weird or gross, but whatever. Okay. You can ask me questions anytime. And once a day, I go through all my Voxers and answer the questions back. You don't have to type anything. You just leave me a message. Hey, Joe, I got a question about this. How does this work? And then I do that. Okay. You get 30 days of Voxer. You get to schedule a one-on-one call with me after the case study is over. Usually they're 15 to 30 minutes long. You just list all your questions. I'll answer them. If you want me to review the counties that you've picked, we can do that. For this case study, I'm doing 6 extra group coaching calls. These are not my normal weekly group coaching calls. These are only for the case study people. So these will be smaller, more intimate calls. I'm doing 6 extra office hour deal review calls on Wednesday. So you've got a deal. I'm going to be live available for a half hour to an hour, depending on how many people bring deals in, and I'll review your deals. I'm setting up a new private Facebook case study group for 6 weeks. So it's not going to be my big Facebook group for the land deals. It'll be a separate private, smaller Facebook group. And after the case study is over in 6 weeks, we're going to be resuming our regular weekly coaching calls and our private Facebook group there. All right. You're going to get access to unlimited funding for all of your deals. And we do a business completion challenge. So when you complete the program, give me a testimonial and you implement everything. A lot of you guys are asking, well, what if I don't use FreedomSoft or some of your other? That's fine. But I want to see that you've been implementing it. Maybe show me what other CRM you're using and whatnot. I'm mainly concerned about you sending 25 written offers. You have to go through all the modules, participate in the Facebook group, submit your scorecard. I'm going to give you a scorecard every week, and show me that you've made at least 25 written offers. If you don't get a deal under contract with that business completion challenge and you don't want your leads anymore, I will refund you the money for the course, but I'll also give you an extra $1,000 for your marketing costs. But you have to give me your leads. Okay, cool. Taking away all of the risk. Yeah, you can do this. If you use another CRM like REI Blackbook, yeah, you can do that. No big deal. Now, again, simplelandclass.com/summit. Simplelandclass.com/summit. That link is in the Zoom chat right now. All right. This is what you get. Let's review it real quick. So my all new land flips case study starts Tuesday, January 24th. Somebody's asking, how many people are you going to let into this? Is it going to get really, really big? I don't know yet. I'm thinking about capping it. Because as I'm going through this offer, I'm offering a lot of one-on-one that I don't normally do. So I'm probably going to cap this and limit it. I don't know yet. But I'm doing an all new simple land flips case study that starts January 24th. Every Tuesday, I'm going to be teaching live. I think it's going to be about 9 a.m. Central. It'll be recorded. You have a couple days to go and implement it. Come back on another Thursday, new coaching call just for the case study students, and I'll answer all your questions. Then we have a scorecard. You can submit your scorecard. I'm going to give you a Trello board. It just kind of helps you organize everything and the tasks that you're supposed to do and stuff like that. And that's for 6 weeks. And then on Wednesdays in the middle, I'm going to be doing deal reviews, open office hours. You can come in, let me review your deals. I'm doing a 6-month completion challenge guarantee. You have 6 months to complete the program, make 25 offers, get your money back. If you don't get a deal under contract in 6 months from those 25 offers and you don't want your leads anymore, I'll refund you up to $1,000 and you just give me your leads. Here's the new case study bonuses. We're going to do your marketing for you. We'll pull your seller list. We'll do your letters for you. We'll set up your systems, setup and support. We'll set up FreedomSoft, voicemail, websites, and stuff like that. If you have another CRM, we can't set that up. But if you use FreedomSoft, which I highly recommend, is what I use, we'll set all that up for you. We're doing 6 weeks of private coaching calls just for this group. And then after that, you can join the regular weekly group coaching calls. I'm doing 6 weeks of private office hours or deal reviews just for people in this case study. Well, I'll review your deals. When the case study is over, you get 30 days of private Voxer access. So I'll give you my Voxer ID. You can send me questions once every day. I go through all my Voxers and just answer them. And you can schedule a one-on-one call with me. I love those calls. They're actually a lot of fun. I really enjoy them. So when the case study is done, contact my team. I'll get you on my calendar and I'll answer all of your questions for you. Then when it's case studies done, we have our regular weekly coaching calls and our private Facebook group. We're also going to give you free deal review reports, up to 10 a month, which includes the comp report from Price. We'll send that to you. And the due diligence spreadsheet report that I showed you. My VAs will create those for you. And funding, we have all the money you need to buy your land deals. FreedomSoft is $197 a month. You don't have to use FreedomSoft, but I'm telling you, it's worth it. You're going to be spending a lot more money if you try to patch together a bunch of other tools. And if you don't use any tools, you just want to do paper and pen and paper, you can, but you're going to be paying for it one way or the other. FreedomSoft makes everything so much easier. And let me tell you something, guys. FreedomSoft is $197 a month. If that's too much for you guys, then this is not the business for you. You need to get out. You need to look at something else besides real estate. You need to go, I don't know, network marketing. It's a cost of doing business. And if you were to look at getting the phones, the websites, the digital signatures, the CRM, all those other tools, you'd be spending that $197 through 5 or 6 other softwares and probably more. So you're going to pay for it any other way, one way or the other. And it's what I'm only showing you stuff that I use and do myself. Yes, if you have a business partner, then you can access all of this. Your partner can do it with you. How many videos are in each module? Good question. When I teach on Tuesday, my classes will be about an hour long. That's it. So there'll be 6 hours worth of teaching. Each module, each day will be about an hour long. Okay. Now, I am tired. We started at 1, right? Yes, I'm creating this live as we go, Miguel. Yeah, the classes are going to be live Tuesday. Oh, let me turn my video on. I forgot my webcam was off. What time on Tuesdays? I think 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern. Do we teach you how to set up an LLC? No, but I'm going to give you a reference, a company that we use to set up our LLCs, and I really highly recommend you use them. So somebody is saying the link does not allow us to do the 3 payment plan. Did you see that, Sam? simplelandclass.com/summit. When you go to simplelandclass.summit, right there, 3 payments of $9.97. Just click that right there. Single payment. Now, when you do single payment, PayPal right here, you can do the PayPal financing. But if you do 3 payments of $9.97, PayPal doesn't do that. So if your browser, somebody's saying the browser is not allowing it. I'm not sure what's going on, but if you're having problems, please text Dana. Somebody, can you put in that phone number again into the Zoom chat? If you're having problems, you can text or email 636-249-1510, and we will help you. See that number right here at the top? If you need help, email, text, or call. I recommend text. It's just easier. Okay. My team right now is looking for text messages. You might want to put this on 2 different cards. Okay. And I'm so excited. I'm really, really looking forward to working with you guys on this. It's going to be so much fun. Some of you are saying you had similar problems. That's weird. I've not heard of anybody not being able to see this or do it. Try a different browser. Okay, if you are already a student of one of my land course, just send an email to support@joemccall.com. And we'll hook you up. It's 50% off. When do we get access to the content after we sign up? Our first class will be January 24th. And if you can't make it live, that's fine. We'll record it. And if you can't make the coaching calls live, you can submit your questions in advance and we will answer all of those calls. Yeah, PayPal does not allow the payments things. So if you click on the 3 payments, the PayPal button's gone. All right, listen, I've done everything I could possibly imagine to take away all of the risk and make this the easiest, biggest, no-brainer offer. I want to know why you haven't signed up yet. What in this offer has not said, this is the most amazing, best offer I've ever seen in the entire world, but I'm not ready to sign up yet? Michelle, good question. If I sign up, will I get copies of your contract and letters today? Yeah, we'll hook you up, Michelle. You're going to get access to the mind map. It may not be today right away, but excuse me, there is a mind map that you'll get access to. Awesome, Bethany. Awesome, George. Some of you guys are, yes, the 3 payments are billed every 30 days. You pay $9.97 now, $9.97 in 30 days, $9.97 in 60 days. Bree, I hope you go through that well. Awesome, Ed. Okay. Listen, some of you are like, I just can't afford it right now. And that's fine. I don't want to pressure. If you're like tight for money right now and you don't have the $9.97 to get started, that's fine. I don't want you to overextend yourself, but I want you to think about what you're saying here. If you really want to start doing real estate investing, if you really want to start doing deals, this is an opportunity here that nobody else will give you. You complete the program, you will get your money back. Can you find anybody that will lend you $997 or $24.97? Because you will go through the program, you complete it, and I will give you your money back. Why would I do that again? Number one, you guys, my customers, are my most valuable asset. It's an investment into my customers. If you're happy, you're going to love this program. You're going to recommend it to other people. You might buy something else that I sell. You might sign up for coaching. You'll give me great testimonials, which helps me sell more courses, right? So you're happy. Everybody's happy. My philosophy is simple. If I can't make you money, then I don't deserve yours. And I know if you implement this program, you're going to have great success and you're going to become raving fans and customers for life. Cool. The other big reason, almost equally big, is it's how I do deals. Some of you guys are going to bring me deals to partner on that I buy. We JV partner, maybe lend money on it. Yeah, I don't partner with everybody that brings me every deal too. I've had people that bring me bad deals. I'm not going to buy those deals, right? But here, think about this. If you send a deal to me and I don't buy it, then you probably shouldn't buy it either. So you could use us as like a filtering to see if this is a good deal, you should buy it or not. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's another way I do deals. I want to reward people who take action. So could you find somebody that can lend you the $2,500 and then tell them, listen, I'm going to implement this program. And even if I don't do a deal, but I implement it, I'm going to get this money back and I'll pay you back then. I'm going to really I know some of you guys are in really rough spots, but if you can't find this money, then something's wrong. I don't know if you, and that's fine, but I don't know if you understand the real value of all of this. And maybe I haven't done a good enough job explaining it. I don't know, but I've worked so hard to make this the best offer in the history of real estate classes offers. All right, I'm looking at the questions here. Doug is asking, can we send you deals to review for your opinion if we are not sure? Yeah, that's what my Wednesday open office hours are for. Now, we also have the Facebook group, so you can put your deal in the Facebook group if you don't want to wait till the Wednesday. So Jason's asking 50% off the $24.97. If you're a current land student, Jason, and you want to participate in the live case study as we do it and get these extra bonuses, if you're a current land student, you get 50% off the $24.97. It's the normal price is $49.97 on my website. See that right here? $49.97 on my website. For this special case study, I'm giving you 50% off where you can get it now for $24.97. That's what the 50% offer is. Patrick is saying, amazing offer, but I'm not ready to sign up yet due to not knowing if success can be accomplished just spending $400 or $500 a month on marketing. Here's the thing. So, I don't want you to be worried about, man, I don't have $500 or $1,000 a month to spend on marketing. It's important. You've got to spend some money on marketing. If you want to do deals, if you want to get into real estate, you've got to invest money into marketing. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You've got to send letters, and it costs money to send letters, right? But even if you just sent $500 a month, that's going to cost you. Let me get my calculator out here because I'm tired and I can't think straight. Where's the calculator? There it is. 500. It's going to cost you, say, 85 cents a letter. It's going to cost you $400. No, $500 a month. Sorry. 500 divided by 0.8. You're going to send about 625 letters. And if you're averaging a 2% response rate, you're going to get about 12 to 13 leads a month. Over 6 months, you're going to get 75 leads. If you send offers to 90% of them, you're going to send 67 offers. I'm not guaranteeing anything, but you should be able to get a couple deals out of that. Okay. Over a 6-month period. But even if you don't, if you just send 25 offers, you get your money back. And you get a lifetime skill that's going to teach you how to make $100,000 a year doing these vacant land deals. This costs nothing. You understand what I'm saying? This costs nothing to you. Brent, the contracts will be in the course. And you'll get, a couple of people are asking this great question. If you sign up for this case study, I'll make sure you get all of the documents right away. I have a Google Drive folder where all my contracts and letters and everything is in there. You get access to that Google Drive folder day one of the case study. Yeah. What is a Facebook group, or what is the Facebook group? It's a private Facebook group, so I can't tell everybody here what it is. We don't sell the documents separately, right? When you join, you'll get a link to the Facebook group. Good question, Gavin. Do I get any money? Do I get affiliate commissions? Yes, but it's not that much. I get affiliate commissions from FreedomSoft, but I would still recommend them even if I didn't, because it's a tool that I use. It's the best CRM data management database that's out there for real estate. But I do get a commission from them. It's not much. And I get a little bit of money from Priced. I don't get anything from MapRight. I don't get anything from the VAs and the funding companies that I recommend. My business model is simple. I sell courses, I do consulting, I sell software, I do marketing services, I do deals, and I lend money. So that's my business model, Gavin. Very diverse. Somebody says here, I have a beard. I don't have a goatee. Will this program work for me? Yes, I promise it will. And if it doesn't, I'll refund your money. If you can't do a deal because of your beard, let me know within 30 days. I'll refund your money. Yep. Yeah, you should see Sam's beard. Cool. Some of you are saying, I don't know if I can even start until February. That's fine. The 6-month completion challenge will start when you start, within reason. I mean, it can't be like next year. Is there a deadline? Yeah, the class starts January 24th. Well, we might actually be closing it before that, but they will shut down. Okay, cool. Gavin understands. What is the Facebook group? Well, if you're a student, we will email you information and it'll be in the course on what the Facebook group is. It's not a free Facebook group for anybody. It's only for students. So that's why I can't tell you what it is here in this webinar Zoom, because then everybody will know about it. It's secret, top secret. Miguel, good question. So let me get this straight. If we send out 25 offers, we don't get a deal, we get the additional $1,000 back, but we will get a full refund for simply completing the course, whether we get a deal or not? Yes. You have to go through the program, go through the modules, implement it, participate on the calls in the Facebook group, do the marketing, show me that you've made at least 25 written offers. If you do not get a deal, but you complete the course and you send the 25 offers, I will give you all of your money back. And if you say you're done, you don't even want the leads that you got. If you give me the leads, if you give me all of your seller leads, I will reimburse you up to $1,000 for your marketing and software costs. But you're going to have to give me all your leads. Why would I do that, Joe? Are you crazy? No, I have an evil motive. I want your leads because I want to do deals with them. Yeah, Michelle, if you go to this website, simplelandclass.com/summit, and go to the very bottom of that page, you'll see a link to the mind map. Not the very bottom, but you'll see it there. Awesome. The old bait and switch, Mike. Yeah, I guess. You get access to the mind map, which had that letter and the contract. It's in the mind map. And if you guys want the mind map, go to that website I give to you. Where to go here? simplelandclass.com/summit. simplelandclass.com/summit. And at somewhere like halfway down, there's a link to the mind map. There's no bait and switch, I promise. Mike, are we clear on that? I want you to know that I'm not bait and switching anything or anybody. Yeah, you guys are asking real good questions. I'm going to go through here, do my best to answer them. Dana or Sam, that the gentleman who's complaining about the bait and switch, we just send him a link to the mind map. Everybody gets it who's still here. So it's like, but maybe he can't find it. Yeah, Robert, send an email to support@joemccall.com or send us a text at that number on the top of the page or there on the sales page. You see that? 636-249-1510. And if you, pay part on one card, part on another card, we'll help you with that. What are the costs of the tools that we need? You really, like, the main tool you're going to need is FreedomSoft, and that's $197 a month. Everything else is going to be recommended. But FreedomSoft, I kind of strongly recommend it. It's not required because if you have another CRM you're already using, just use that. Awesome, Audie. Welcome. Mike, if you're having problems with PayPal, send us an email or text us 636-249-1510. Yes, Ed, if you are already students of my land course, you get access to all of the modules when they're done. So when my case study is done in 6 to 8 weeks, all of them you'll get access to the new course. If you don't have FreedomSoft through me and you have it, So, Leslie, if you want the Joe McCall signature edition of FreedomSoft, you can contact FreedomSoft support and they will switch you over to mine. But you don't even have to do that. You can just kind of, my team, my VAs can kind of help you do some of the customizations that we've got. Just depends on kind of what you have. Yeah, so that's a good question. If you contact FreedomSoft support, they can transfer you or switch you to the Joe signature edition, if you want. Ed, so no, like when the class is done in 8 weeks, then the existing students get all of the new modules. I'm not releasing the new modules as they're being done. How much should our marketing budget be? I recommend $500 to $1,000 in marketing a month. That's my recommendation. Is $500 a month in marketing enough? Yeah. That'll get you started. You're not going to get a ton of leads, but it'll get you started. That's fine. Good question, Leslie. Do you close on the land first before reaching out to a realtor? Maybe. No, actually, because if it's a good deal and if it's priced right, you'll start calling realtors to say, hey, listen, I'm thinking about buying this deal. If I buy it, I need a realtor to help me sell it. And I'll pay you commissions, but I need your help with looking at the deal. So can you tell me a little bit about this area? What price do you think I could sell this quickly for if you list it for me? Yeah. So sometimes you'll contact the realtor before you buy it. Yeah. All right. Come on, Dave, Bree, let's do this. I love it. Awesome, Wallace. Looking forward to working with you. Yes. So the links to the spreadsheet that I shared with you is in the mind map, which is in simplelandclass.com/summit. If you go to that, scroll down about a third, you'll see a link to the mind map. Oh, good question, Gavin. And I should have talked about this. And I've seen this before. So Gavin, I already said his name, said, and this is different than the coaching business partner, Gavin, that I have. I just attended a $1,000 course on investing in tax liens, and it was profoundly disappointing. I learned more today than in their 3 days of training, and I appreciate your knowledge, demeanor, and authenticity. The worst part of the other course was that much of the course, quote unquote, was just an intense sales pitch for their $30,000 program. Will you be upselling us additional training during the case study? Absolutely 100% no, I will not. Great question. And I should have talked about this before. I see this and it bothers me and it annoys me and I think it's wrong. Now, having said that, I do have a coaching program. We'll talk about it, but you're getting everything you need in this case study to do a vacant land deal. The last thing I will do is say, all right, to do a land deal, you're going to need to learn how to do land investing. You're going to need to get this other thing. Or like, I'm only going to show you how to do these kinds of land deals. If you want to know how to do all these other types of land deals, then you need to get coaching. Absolutely not. I have a coaching program. If somebody wants more one-on-one, more hand-holding, more done for you, wants to learn how to also do houses and vacant land, right? We do daily coaching calls in the coaching program. We do quarterly get-together. So every quarter, our students come together. We meet either in Florida or Georgia or St. Louis or Phoenix. So like if you want more one-on-one interaction with me and my coaching business partner, Gavin, we have coaching for that. But you're not going to be in this case study and hear me ever say, hey, if you want more of learning, if you really want to learn how to do land deals, then you have to get coaching. No, like the coaching we sell is just extra done for you, extra hand-holding, extra one-on-one. You're paying for access. Does that make sense what I'm saying there? Yeah, that annoys me to no end. That's happened to me before. I see it happen to other people. You get everything you need to do land deals in my course. Okay. Some of you guys are asking for the link. I'm going to share you. If you go to Simple Land, the website, simplelandclass.com/summit, you're going to be sent to this page, right? simplelandclass.summit. We're not going to email it to you guys because it's right here. Go to Simple Land. What's the link again? simplelandclass.com/summit. I need to come up with better links. Scroll down. Right there. There's the mind map. Okay. If you use all of your recommended software, what's the approximate monthly cost? $250 a month. Maybe. I don't know. Because I pay for priced annual $500 a year. MapRight is $10 a month, maybe $20 a month. FreedomSoft is $197 a month, but I pay for more because I have the higher premium program and I have 30 phone numbers. But I have a lot of VAs, I do a lot of deals. If you don't want to spend any money on marketing, you could go knock on doors. If you don't want to pay any money for software, you do it all in pen and paper. You go knock on doors. You can get the yellow pages and just start cold calling people. But if you want to learn from the best coach ever, who's number one, if you see my mug here, then I recommend getting this Simple Land Class Summit. Okay, I'm just going through all your chat here. I want to make sure we get everybody. How much does the VA cost? It depends. If you want a full-time VA, anywhere from $500 to $1,000 a month. You don't have to have a VA to do this, though. If you want a US-based VA, it's going to be $1,000 to $2,000 a month. Full-time, part-time, maybe $3,000 a month. But I like Filipino VAs. I pay about $3 an hour for, some of my VAs I pay a lot more than that. But if you want just get started, you want a simple virtual assistant from the Philippines, $3 an hour can get you a really good VA. Dexter, yes. Where is the link to the mind map? I just showed you. Go to simplelandclass.com/summit. Scroll down a little bit. You'll see a button called mind map. It's right there. Does the course completion include exactly what you require in your course, including marketing procedures? Roger, I'm not sure I understand. I don't care how you do it. You just got to make 25 written offers. So it's got to be in writing. You got to send it to the seller, and I'll give you your money back. Awesome. Gabriel, Quinn, let's do it. Mike, the contract is in the mind map. You're just going to have to look for it. Okay. I'm still getting questions. Where is the mind map? Let me show you one more time. I'm going to share my screen with you. If you go to Simple Land, I'm going to put this link for everyone. If you go to simplelandclass.com/summit, I put that in the Zoom chat. It's going to take you here to this page. Yes, I will do deals with you, Joe. If you bring me a deal and it's a good deal, I'll buy it from you. Okay, scroll down right there. Get mind map. Get mind map. Let me do it again. I'm at the top of the page. I'll zoom in a little bit. Scroll down. Right there. Get mind map. I'll zoom in some more. Right there. Get mind map. Can we zoom in some more? It won't let me zoom in anymore. There you go. There's the button right there. simplelandclass.com/summit. Yeah, Ed, good point. He says you may want to remind people that priced is half the price of DataTree, which is where they get their data from. Priced is half the price if you go straight to DataTree. Gavin, you got it. Don't type it in. Click on this link that I just put in the comments for you. Okay. If you look at the Zoom chat, there's a link for everybody. Okay. Click on that link. And when you click on that in the Zoom chat, you click on that link, simplelandclass.com/summit. It's going to take you to this page. You see on my screen? Okay. Yeah, you can't download the mind map unless you become but you can view it. You can't download it, but you can view it. There's still a ton of people on here. Let me just ask you, who has the mind map? Who is able to open the mind map? Type in me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. So far, 24 people said I can get the mind map. The mind map is good. I see it. Okay. Michelle, you thought we could copy it to, there's nothing to copy. Just go to that link every time. So if we click on it, it opens up the mind map in a new tab. Okay. So from here, somebody said they couldn't find the contract in here. I might have taken it out. No, it's right there. Aha, I blurred it out. Okay, so I'm going to do this. I'm going to fix that right now. So in this, seller send the seller an offer. Okay. All right, there it is. And then the actual letter. This link for the letter. I'll put right here. Okay. Yeah, C. Miller, a good question. I definitely talk a lot about numbers, and it comes down to like tracking your numbers. I talk about scorecards a lot. And FreedomSoft makes this a lot easier for you as well. Okay, guys, I got to go. It's been a lot of fun. I'm pooped. I'm so tired. I don't know why. Again, if you guys have any questions or if you have any problems. Oh, Josh. Yes, I got a message that we needed to talk. You were interested or something in coaching and you wanted to talk. I've been traveling and they they'll call you back, because here's the thing. I got to get you on my calendar, and they have access to my calendar. So that's why they were reaching out to you. I can't just call you. It's got to be on my calendar because I'm just completely swamped. And they'll schedule a time for us to talk. I apologize for the hassles with that, but thank you guys for the kind words. Really appreciate it. Cool. All right, guys. Appreciate you all. We'll see you. Take care. Bye-bye.